A very warm welcome to Sepang, a cloudy Sepang.
Everything even for the TVS machines, but we've seen a really impressive debut from Portuguese rider Pedrinho, the number 11, who is starting from pole. Never ridden a TVS before, never been to Sepang before, and keep in mind just how challenging this circuit is. Some riders can learn tracks quickly, and this boy is one of them.
The TVS One Make Championship starts us off. This is the 5th season of this competition. Hiroki Ono, the 2-time defending champion, is not in the starting grid, is not in the season, but a new name, as you mentioned, Pedrinho Matos from Portugal, also in pole position. The fast Spaniard, Luis Miguel, look for how he finishes. He's in P2 alongside last season's runner-up and the season before runner-up, Ramdan Rosli from Malaysia.
And on row 2, coming strong on the TVS machine now is Haziq Farouz. Next to him, disappointing for Sartak Chavan to be 5th. He's been quite lackluster so far this weekend. And another Malaysian outside, Nakib Farid.
One of 4 Indians is Rachid, who is in P7 alongside Chiran Vishwanath, 4th in the championship last year. Fadil Al Ghassani is the one Indonesian on the grid. He is in P9 on row 3.
And the South African, Oratili Piri, leads row 4. Next to him, Leandro Paredes and John Lopez from Colombia outside of him.
Yeah, we are going all around the world for TVS racing. Tyler King from New Zealand is alongside KY Ahmad and Nixon Frost, so 2 New Zealanders, a little bit lower down the grid than they would like to be, but they are on row 5.
And completing the field in P16 is Jean Kento Turner, who is representing Japan.
In this competition, we've got 96 riders from 17 different countries represented today in the 5 races. We are really going global. And it starts with the TVS. We go on to the Underbone 150, which is great fun. The AP 250, which is normally dominated by Indonesian riders. Let's see what the Malaysians can do this time round, and the Japanese. Then the Super Sport 600, and we've got a super competitive Superbikes Championship this season as well.
Yeah, we've had terrific entertainment all the way through free practice yesterday, and especially the crowning moment was the qualifying session for the ASB 1000s. That promises a fantastic race at the end of this afternoon.
Let's see if the clouds, though, come in and if rain can add some complications to the equations. It is a long season. It's 6 rounds. It's 12 races. 2 at Sepang, 2 in Buram. We're also going abroad to, certainly, we are going to Motegi once again for the 3rd season in a row. So this season, it starts here. You want to get off to a good start, but you've really got to keep things going for a good 8 months to be champion at the end of the year. And even then, as we saw in the Super Sports last year, it comes down to the final straight after the final corner of the final lap of the season.
And yeah, that was both riders finishing even. Supersport 600, 137 points each, and Kazma winning it on countback from Anupab Samoon. Gripping stuff, and it will be gripping all the way through the season. I'm excited to see what Pedrinho can bring to this championship, because this is such a challenging circuit, as I said. and he mastered it immediately he got here. He's had less than an hour of track time here.
Bike number 11, the man to look out for. He is on the bottom right of your picture there in the white helmet. We're so used to seeing Hiroki Ono dominate this. Be interesting to see some new names coming through. 6 laps of this circuit at Sepang, and the season is close to getting underway.
Yeah, and Luis Miguel has a win here. He starts from the front row.
Lights out, we are racing, and a super start from the man on pole position, Pedrinho. Well, you say he's not had much time on the track. He is certainly making sure that he's got clear space ahead of him. That is a super fast start.
Yeah, he has several bike lengths as he goes into the tricky turn 1. He's got Ramdan Rosley behind him. Ramdan's really got his hands full. If he came in as a favourite for this race, he's really going to have to work hard to convert that into a win.
So many new names, but just streaking away at the front. Here's Pedrinho Matos. Luis Miguel has been a rider who we've seen can come good as the race progresses, but Luis Miguel on bike number 3, he's been left a little bit behind there. There he's in P4, P5 at the moment. You're quite right, Ramdan Rosley's been left behind, but what a start this is up at the front.
Yeah, Sartak Chavan also. Oh, and we have a rider down there.
First lap, first corner, first race of the season, first casualty.
Yeah, but that bike's still running. And was that Pedrinho that was down?
Was it Pedrinho? It is Pedrinho.
Yeah,
He's
it
so
is.
far ahead. No, and a second bike down is bike number 8.
Okay.
That's Chirant Vishwanath.
So a seasoned competitor here in the TVS Racing International Championship. This is, oh, the crash was off screen, but looked as though he just got in too hot under braking.
Sorry, KY Ahmed, my apologies. But one of the 4 Indians out, Ramdan leading the way, and you're quite right, Pedro he went out, he was out of shot, and he went out, and so our new race leader is Ramdan Rosley. Well, I suppose if you haven't had much time on the track and you go out firing on all cylinders, you're not quite sure the dangers that Sepang can bring to you.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, because we had been really excited about seeing what he could do in the race. Well, he survived the crash. But Ramdan, who would have started favourite before the bikes took to the track, has been leading the way. That's Nakib Rifki.
Here's another new name, and it'll be Nakib who leads the way. Right then. We said the last season had a real exciting finish. This season's got a real exciting start. A new race leader in Ramdan Rosley. And coming close to him is 6, which is Haziq Fairuz. So Malaysia 1, 2 and 3, although Sartak Chavan, who promised so much last year, temporarily took the lead and then drops back down into P4 immediately.
Yeah, he went in just a little bit too hot, ambitious. Oh, and another rider's down on the exit there to turn 1, and that is Luis Miguel.
So 2 of the hot riders, the number 1 and number 2 on the grid, Luis Miguel and the Portuguese Pedrinho Matos, they are both out. Well, being quick in practice is one thing, staying on the bike is what it's really all about, though, Barry Russell.
It is, and shaking out as we watch Luis Miguel exit trackside is that Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan, who would have come in as favourites for this weekend. They are making their way at the front, with Nakib Rifki just splitting them for the time being.
Haziq Fairuz is also in that group as well. I've long liked Haziq. I think he's been a terrific racer on Underbone on the Malaysia circuit. And now he's trying just to transfer it through to consistent performances. He was on the grid last year, but could never really break into the top 5. This time he very much is in the top 4.
Yeah.
We must see about Pedrinho and Luis Miguel over the length of a season, because they were so impressive on qualification.
Yeah, and yeah, Haziq Fairuz, he couldn't quite get used to these bikes last season. He's been quick right from the off in practice yesterday, and so it's really good. But we've got 2 Malaysians Sorry, 3 Malaysians at the front currently.
Certainly is. 3 Malaysians plus the Indian Sartak, who is always looking to stay close.
And Sartak, who's done some great things in domestic series as well in India and has a huge following. He's really looking to nail a championship this season. Riding with the number 2 plate. He was 3rd in last year's season after a nail-biting battle with Hiroki Ono and Ramdan Rosley.
Half a second separating 1 through 4. And Chirant Vishwanath is leading the next group of riders. Leandro Paredes from Philippines is up into P7. And the South African, Oralatwe, who are looking forward to seeing how he does. And also John Lopez from Colombia. They are in 8th and 9th respectively.
Yeah, Oratilwe, who was promising when we first saw him at Buriram last year. He had a heavy crash at turn 14, high side yesterday, and scraped his elbow up, so that's going to be causing him some discomfort. So I don't think we're going to see the best of him this weekend, but he's battling on regardless, currently in P8.
Haziq Farouz has got the fastest lap, bike number 6, young Malaysian.
Yeah, it's such an international series where you have 11 different nationalities in the field. We've got 3 Malaysians at the front currently.
Loving this. A little bit of local knowledge there for Ramdan Rosley. He took that corner very, very tight as they go out into the countryside, and then they'll head up the hill on this left-hander. Ooh, is that Sartak just being dropped just a little bit by the triple Malaysian threat?
Yeah, he's super quick, but he is a lot bigger. He's a tall rider, which is going to be something of a disadvantage on a 310cc machine. But he managed to overcome it last season.
Ramdan Rosley, bike number 1, still leads the way. Naqib Rifki, new name for us. He is in P2. He has wildcard. Look at the variety that we're seeing there from Naqib. Is that a mistake? I think it is, because he's lost a place.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it was a mistake. I think he was going to try and sweep in late and get a good drive onto the home straight, the back straight rather. Let's see if it pays off.
Little wobble there from Ramdan. Sartak is still hanging on there in P4 as Ramdan loses a couple of places. Haziq, rehearsals going on already for how this is going to finish. 6-lap race as they come through. 3 laps to go. We are at midway point. Haziq leads from Naqib, and again it's half a second between these front 4. Sartak still hangs in there. We saw this a lot with Sartak Shaban. He is able to stay close and can make moves late on into a race.
Yeah, a quality rider, and I think this is really intriguing from Naqib. He seemed to pick up momentum through sector 4 on the previous lap, and he carried it on into turn 15 and into turn 1 on this lap. So let's keep an eye on this Malaysian debutant. Ramdan takes the front again. As you said, Des, keeping a watching brief in P4 is Sartak. You can expect an attack from Sartak.
Plenty of time still to go. Over 5 kilometers on this Sepang circuit, and those 2 long straights. Just so long as you're in touch going into the penultimate straight on that final lap, it means you're in with a chance of maybe getting a little bit of a pull down that long straight. Once again, as they go out, there's battle for P1. Malaysia, 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 India.
Yeah, and behind them, South Africa, India, India, Philippines, Colombia, New Zealand. Then back to Malaysia.
Still leading the way is Ramdan Rosley. He will have breathed a sigh of relief, I think, when he saw Hiroki Ono wasn't there, and then we'll have seen how quick Padrino was and Luis Miguel. Gosh, it's going to be another tough old season. Well, Padrino crashed out, Luis Miguel crashed out. EY Ahmad has crashed out as well.
Yeah, Ramdan has the quality, the experience and the grit to tough it out for the championship this season, no doubt about that. If anybody was ever going to have their spirit broken last season, it would have been Ramdan by Hiroki Ono, but he held up all the way through, never dropped his head.
They again jockey for position. Haziq, 3 times in a row now. Haziq has been leading coming round this final corner. 3 times in a row he's not been able to hold on. This time he does. 2 laps to go. Is that a rehearsal? Haziq leads from Nakib, from Ramdan, from Sartak, who has just posted a 2:23.2.
Yeah, Oratilwi and Chiran having a battle in the group behind.
Oratilwi's got himself up into P5. Luis Miguel, Pedro and KY Ahmad have retired from the race.
This would have been a very different looking race if those 2 Iberians, the Spaniard and the Portuguese, had stayed in it.
I'm very curious to see if Pedro would have been able to continue his fast start, but speculation doesn't do any good. And Ramdan Rosley once again has the lead. It is interesting, the long straights is where Haziq is just being able to produce his best form. Bike number 6 currently in P3. Still waiting for Sartak to make a move of some description, Barry.
We are, and he's pushing as well. He went really wide on the exit there. It does look as though he's having to push hard to hang on. Has he got the speed to catch these guys on the run into turn 15?
He did just post the fastest lap last time out, but only by 1,000th of a second, so it's not like he's got a lot of revs in hand. He's pushing as fast as he can, and at the moment hasn't been able to get into the top 3 for over 4 laps.
All right, Ramdan leads them.
Yeah, there is Sartak, just being dropped as they come around this long sweeping right-hander, just trying to get themselves in good position. This is where we've seen Nakib show some interesting lines. This time he just follows Ramdan.
Yeah, well, that was perhaps an experiment. But let's see if Sartak can catch up on this back straight and put himself into position, because he should be having something of a rehearsal this time around.
There is the rehearsal. Next time it's the real thing, gents. As Ramdan looks on the inside, Nakib holds on. So if this is in about 2:23, then it's going to be Nakib taking a debut win. Ramdan Rosley, though, he's looking to just make sure that's not the case. Same with Haziq, and Sartak makes his move. We have been waiting. Sartak Chavan goes into the lead for the first time at the start of the final lap.
And Ramdan will have taken a bit of a gasp there, because he's got Nakib in the way between him and Sartak, our new race leader. First time he's appeared at the front.
3rd last year. Our lead doesn't last too long. This is going to be cracking down into the... Well, throughout this final lap, they're going to be swapping and changing, getting into position on that penultimate lap, round that long sweeping right. That is going to be the key. It's Nakib Rifki who leads the way at the moment, but he has got 3 hunkering down behind him, including Haziq Fairuz back in P4.
Yeah, still the possibility of a Malaysian lockout, as Ramdan has a good look around.
And still the possibility of Sartak
yes,
spoiling it all.
Oh, he will if he can, that's for sure. But got Malaysia, India, Malaysia at the front, and
Sartak
India
goes into the lead once again, coming up the hill, goes a little bit wide though.
He couldn't hold it tight. There was not enough room for him there, and Nakib went to the front once again.
Okay, we're now getting into the business end. What position do you take? Nakib Rifki is the man who is holding the lead just at the moment. Does he go wide? Does he try to get a slingshot in? He's got 2 right behind him. We've got the 2 long straights and the hairpin at the end. It's Nakib Rifki who leads coming into the first of these straights, Barry.
Yeah, and Haziq got a good exit from turn 14. Took a slightly different line coming in, but he's got the speed now. The number 6 there on your screen.
Sandwich was Sartak. Hazik Farus, has he gone too wide? I think he has. Sartak's been able to hold on. There's a little bit of a wiggle. Sartak and Ramdan going for the line. Sartak and Ramdan side by side. It's going to be Sartak Chavan who takes the victory. Fantastic performance. Ramdan, Hazik and Nakib, and a great result for Oratilwe in P5 for South Africa. But what a start to the season for Sartak Chavan.
Fantastic. It wasn't a good start until the race. He qualified on road 2. He was mid-pack all the way through practice, but he pulled it out when it counts. And that is the mark of a good racer. And look at the confidence now. That bodes well. He is determined to take the championship this year. So is Ramdan. The newcomers are also going to be snapping, but that is the best possible start to 2026 from India's Sartak Chavan. Here they are on the run into the line. That's for the second group. Oratilwe takes it quite comfortably in P5 from Chiran. And Leandro Paredes, who's having a much better outing than we've seen him so far.
They're encouraging for the Filipino. For Sartak Chavan, it's only his second ever victory though. He had one last year, and he starts this season in perfect form. He'll be very aware though that we haven't seen Pedrino and Luis Miguel. It is the start of the season, but for Sartak, well, he's now the man to catch.
Yep, he did everything he needed to do. He spent only a few brief moments at the front, but he did it in the end when it mattered most, and he crossed the line in P1, 44 hundredths of a second ahead of Ramdan Rosley.
I've got to feel for Ramdan. It's another P2 for Ramdan Rosley. But it's big points in the championship, and you know that he'll be competitive.
All the way through, absolutely, for sure. And it was a great debut for Nakib Rifki as well. He led the race more than anyone else. He had more time at the front than anyone else. So he's well and truly cut his teeth. A little bit of wind rustling the palm trees there, but here are the results.
Yeah, confirmation. Sartak Chavan wins it by 400th of a second from Ramdan Rosley in the race into the line. 600ths clear of Hazik Farus, and it's a Malaysia Sartak Chavan wins the race. KY Ahmad went out of it. As we see the wind blowing, and I'm looking upwards and seeing the clouds are darkening just a little bit. Just beyond the Parc Ferme, as the Dunlop representatives. Dunlop have been great partners for the Asia Road Racing Championships throughout the years. This is their 30th year in consultation with ARRC. And TVS One Maker also becoming very regulars. This is the 5th season we've seen TVS One Make, and they'll be hopeful that this is being shown around the globe. And as you say, we've got so many competitors from around the globe that the make goes into many, many homes.
Well, they've renamed the series this year to TVS Racing International Championship, which is certainly appropriate. They're doing more than any other race class in Asia Road Racing Championship to bring in international riders. Daniel is ready with our winner.
Hazik, that was quite the race. It was not an easy weekend for you. I think you constantly had to keep on going back to drawing board, trying to find the setup for the bike. But in the race, that was quite the battle. Tell us about that last lap.
Yeah, about the last lap, it was a good position in that time. So I passed all the three riders. So but cannot make it in position one. So I should be happy because last year I crashed here. So it was a very tough moment in the last year. Thank you, my family, also my wife, my son, and also the TVS team, Olin team. They're working really, really good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hazik. Congratulations. And in second place for the TVS Racing International Championship is Muhammad Ram. So Ramdan, as always, an intense battle in the TVS class. I think from the start we saw it was fireworks, but that last lap, can you tell us what was the line choice that you think could have gotten you that extra drive down to the line?
Actually, from the beginning of the race, I tried to pull from the group, but I have a problem with my front suspension during starting from this qualifying. And nearly third last lap I crashed, but anyway I'm safe. Try to make a strategy because I know I cannot pull away, because some of the sector I was pull away, and I know I was faster than the others. But again in the straight I lose, but it's okay. This is part of the race. And in the last lap, of course, my strategy was already good, but sometimes we cannot predict what the other rider doing. Anyway, number 2 in the home race is okay. Tomorrow, of course, I will repeat for the win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan. Congratulations. And the winner of race 1 in round 1 here at the Sepang International Circuit from India is Sarthak Chavan. So Sarthak, 25 points in the first round, 25 out of 50. Tomorrow is another day. Are you feeling confident for tomorrow's race, or are you going to change something on the setup?
I will try my best for tomorrow as well. But today I need to enjoy a lot because after many days and many P2 finishes, I'm back to the P1. So it was a good race. I got a bad start. My front wheel locked up at the start line. But then I managed to keep up with the pace of the leaders and in the end finished P1. Thank you to my sponsors, especially TVS, and then all my sponsors for all their support. So the goal for tomorrow remains the same, try and win. And today we play again the national anthem of India, so super happy and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. Congratulations.
Race highlights for the TVS Racing International Championship race 1 of the season. Pedrino Matos, pole sitter, and off to the fastest of starts. Got away, looked like he was going to dominate this field, but Barry Russell crashed out in the first lap.
Yeah, we couldn't believe it. I saw the name on the back of the leathers, could hardly believe it, but it was Pedrino, who's been so impressive. KY also went out.
Yeah, early on, but it would be a different story for other Indian racers there as a third man went out. That was Luis Miguel. So P1 and P2 in qualification, both out early on.
Yeah, so that left, running up the front there, Ramdan Rosley for most of the race. Akib Rafiq, the newcomer, spent the most time at the front actually. Ramdan is there right now. Haziq Farouz, the number 6 behind him. Great race from Haziq, and so good to see. Sarthak stayed at the back for this group for most of the race.
Bike number 2 is Sarthak Chavan, but we've seen him come late in races before, and he gave a very mature interview at the end of the race talking to Daniel Bogus, where he said he got off to a bad start, but then he was just able to keep on, and it was only literally at the start of the last lap that we saw the number 2 begin to make his move for the lead.
Yeah, he pushed his way into the front. We'll see in a moment at turn 1. Lost the lead. There is this impressive debutant at the front, Akib.
Looking forward to see what Naki Rivki can do. Also really looking forward to see what Pedrinho and Luis Miguel can do in the second race tomorrow. But that's still ahead of us. Coming up now, we are on to the final lap. And this is where bike number 2, Sartak, makes his move. Rivki goes too wide. Ramdan is pushed wide. There's a wobble there for Haziq. A little bit of contact, but bullying his way through is Sartak Javan, and the Indian national anthem, as he says, will be the one that we hear when we go to the podium in just a few seconds' time.
Yeah, it was poised, it was confident. Congratulations to a great start to the season.
In third place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Haziq, Muhammad Fighters.
Daniel Bogas on MC duties as well as interview duties. Busy boy.
In second place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli.
And Ramdan Rosli will join Haziq Ferus.
From India,
And the victory, just the second of his TVS International Championship career for Sartak Javan. And there is no more proud an Indian, I think, than Sartak today, Barry Russell.
That is certainly true. As we were saying, as a big following at home, here's the national anthem.
It's not often we've had the Indian national anthem, but the very first race of the 29th season of the Asia Road Racing Championships brings us exactly that.
Yeah, Pride of India on top of the podium.
Udi Farid, the manager of Alpine Stars, handing out the award to P3, Haziq Fairuz, and I'm sure we're going to see Haziq on the podium a lot more this season. That looked a very composed race from the Malaysian.
Yeah, we know his quality, so it's great to see him come through in this category.
Taro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries, better known to us as Dunlop, partners for a long time to the ARRC. Hands out the award to Ramdan Rosli. It's another second place for Ramdan.
20 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, your race winner from India,
Midas Wang, the manager from A-Racer. And the first prize to a very, very proud Sartak Javan. He won race number 2 of the season of Buriram last year. Wasn't able to secure another victory all year, but he will be hoping that this is a harbinger of better things. As we have the photo, which will take pride of place, I'm sure, with all his relatives back home.
Yeah, and his army of fans that he's won over.
And as he says, he's looking to make it a win double tomorrow. Let's have a look at the standings. Race 1. Very early, 12 races in the season. Sartak Javan, 25 points, 2 points clear of Ramdan. Haziq, 16 points, Naki Rivki, 13. 11th of P5 for Oratilwi. Interested to see how Oratilwi develops throughout the year. Tirant Vishwanath, as usual, competitive in P6 with 10. Leandro Paredes getting closer to the front groups. He's in P7 on 9 points. And Rakshit, the third of the Indian racers, in P8. He'll pick up 8 points for that. Further down the points, John Lopez 7, Fadil Al-Ghassani from Indonesia will pick up 6, Nixon Frost 5, John Kento Turner, the Japanese, will be on 4. No points for Luis Miguel, Pedrinho and Tyler King. I reckon, though, that Luis and Pedrinho will be looking to make up for lost time on race number 2 tomorrow. Okay, we move our attention to the chaos of the Underbone 150cc. We'll keep an eye on the weather. At the moment, it's still only cloudy. There is no rain, but there is chaos guaranteed. It's the Underbone 150cc coming up after the break. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships 2026, round 1 from Sepang. We'll be back with you in 2 minutes' time. They're playing our tune, the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. Round 1, race number 1 of the season in the always chaotic Underbone 150cc. Normally so difficult to predict, but Barry Russell, Husni Zainal Fauzi last season ran away with the championship. We've rarely seen that in Underbones.
Rarely indeed, and probably never with a 90-point advantage over the defending champion, Fahmi Bassam, who of course is not here today. He is in 250s this season after his efforts of 2025. But yeah, Husni Zainal Fauzi has placed himself on the second row, so giving himself every chance for another win today.
It's a slightly less congested grid. Sometimes we were having 30, 35 races on the grid last year. 22 starters this time, which is terrific. It's still competitive, it's still very congested, but just a little bit less chaotic, as we saw, I think, in that the expected players were on the Super Bowl earlier on today.
Yeah, it was. But we've seen, well, the real quality riders are there. We've seen a resurgent Nazrul Izzat. So let's take a look at Super Bowl. And we see John Emerson and Gito getting away there in for the 4S1M team. And the 58, a really good debut here for Silmi Helsinki, Indonesian, who's come in to join the Japan-based team One for All. Wayuaji Triliksana for perennial winner, perennially at the front. He came through to Super Bowl, which is for the quickest 10 only in qualifying. And teammate was also in there, but he would come out a little later. There is John Emerson completing his lap, and it was a good one. So he, of course, instantly went to the top. And then out came a rider we know to be a good qualifier, Dimash Juliat Moko. We had a glimpse then of Shirat Sauki, but here is the 2023 champion, having a very good weekend so far, consistent all the way through practice yesterday, looking good in qualifying today. And that was a decent super pole lap. But round came the number 52, riding in Wayuaji Trilaksana's team this season, Race Tech 60. He's a good qualifier. He's got more pole positions historically than you can shake a stick at, and he would come across the line and clock a 2:35.9. That was the time to beat. And this rider, 117, Fadli Regani, was quickest in qualifying, but he couldn't make it through to pole position. Dimash Juli will start from pole very shortly.
Dimash Juliat Moko is a racer who impressed an awful lot. We've got 4 different circuits that we're going to be racing around in this campaign, all very different. This is particularly challenging, the 2 long straights at Sepang for the Underbone, simply because they're so, well, comparatively underpowered.
Yeah, slipstreaming is such an important part of the racecraft for these riders, and that's why you see some of the ones that are, you know, their quality, like Nazarul, like Husney, who so many times last year just seemed to come from nowhere to take the wins.
He's got himself nicely into P5 as well, Husney Zainal. Surely you can't repeat that. We saw a couple of years, or you mentioned Nazarul Izzat. Nazarul had a fine run of form of 5 races where he was in the top 2 the season before that, but Husney Zaudi was just even more dominant.
Yeah, he completely rewrote the script without any doubt whatsoever.
As for new names, Philippines taking this seriously. John Emerson and Guito, of course, has got himself on P2. Tim Rojas and April King Moscado, though, they make up 3 very strong Filipino competitors in this competition.
Yeah, I think John Emerson has come in with a new outlook. He's still got his enthusiasm, but he's a little bit more serious than he was. So look out. He has got a race win a couple of years ago in Sugo, but he's looking for more this season.
And of course, we've got the veterans in there as well. We mentioned 1 or 2 new names, but Wayuaji Trilaksana can't keep away from this competition. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who we know at some stage will take the lead in a race. Whether or not he's able to get onto the podium, that's another question. He's not been able to do that too often in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, one rider that has been exciting, except in qualifying, is Rendi Oding. He came in, he was really quick all the way through practice yesterday. Didn't work out for him in qualifying, so he starts way down the order, as we will see shortly. Down in 11, that's a beautiful shot, looking bird's eye view, literally straight down at the grid.
It also shows you that a little bit sunny. I keep mentioning the clouds. Yes, of course it's sunny, but the clouds are gathering. It's almost like they're surrounding this Sepang arena, where the wind is pretty light at the moment, so the clouds are just hanging in the air, threatening and foreboding.
It's like there's a mischievous body above saying, well, I'm all ready. When the moment is right, I'm going to pull it all together and kick it so the rain comes down.
Yes, I do fear. The thunderstorms are predicted but for around about 4 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock, 1:15 local time at the moment. Wayuaji Trilaksana just being pushed into position up there. Wayuaji will always be competitive. Of course he will. Husni Zainal, champion last year. Fahmi Bassam, as you mentioned, has gone up to 250s. No Ahmad Afif Amram. Dimash Juliat Moko on pole. Got himself 4th position last year, including 2 race wins in Mandalika. So we know that Dimash Juli can be quick and knows how to get through all the chaos and take victories.
Yeah, and he's in a superb team in the Race Tech 60 which has justifiably garnered some more sponsors. HDX Youngstar Kawahara is the title sponsor for Racetech 60 this season.
Yeah, there's one or two complicated names for us, aren't there? Long names, I should say, not complicated, but long names, which is great. It means the sponsors are coming on board. It means they are taking notice, and they're getting value, particularly the Indonesian risers, must be said.
Yeah, it's a quality problem. We're happy to embrace it.
Right, in the midst of that scrum, I believe Daniel Bogas is downstairs on the grid, and let's get some pre-race thoughts from Daniel.
Hot and humid on the grid for the Underbone 150, race 1 of 4, round 1 here at the Sepang International Circuit. Now let's spin around. I want to show something before we head to the interviews. The sky. The clouds are building up. As of right now, we should have a dry race, but how long will that last? It is Sepang after all. Everything can change very quickly. Let's have a quick word with a couple of the front row riders. We're going to have a chat with John, Emerson, and Gito. So John, it's been pretty much almost a dream weekend already. It's a front row start, but the most important will be the last lap. What's going to be your tactic for this one?
Maybe for this time, I will be more safety for the last lap to the last corner and more focus on the 2 lap. Maybe, and just help me God.
Thank you so much, John. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head to Nazrul Izzat, who seems to have sorted this bike out after a pretty difficult last season. So, Ayoy, it seems like the bike is running well. Did you make any setup changes since Superbike qualifying?
First kali, alhamdulillah, saya dapat petak nombor 3 dan saya pun dah lama tak duduk di hadapan, dan kali ni saya tak motor dengan baik dan kami harap dapat podium in the race 1. InsyaAllah, amin.
So he's saying he's grateful that he's managed to qualify at the front row of the grid. It's been a while since he's been up here, and so far the setup's good, and he's hoping that he can get a good result. Okay. Thank you so much, Ayoy. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Nazrul Izzat has had a victory here at Sepang. He won here 3 years ago in his championship season. Since then, I think we've been waiting for him to get that same kind of form. There's your pole sitter, though, Dimushuli Apmoko for HJS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60, to give its full moniker.
Yeah, got to fancy him as a championship contender. There is April King Moscado, who's had very little track time, but has managed to qualify well. He basically missed practice yesterday with various misfortunes. No introduction required here for Husni Zainal Fauti, the runaway 2025 champion. Now he has to defend it.
6 wins in 12 races last year, including 5 in the first 6. He started the season with a win. He had a win double here in Sepang. Surya Chowki from Indonesia alongside him with the Yamaha LFN HB969 Indonesia racing team. That's a good performance. He's not really caught our attention before. And then the familiar name in Malaysia of the Uzi, Charles Shazras on the Uzi Asia team on the Honda RSM 150.
Easily the quickest of the Hondas in the Underbone category. And quickest in qualifying was Fadli Regani, again for Yamaha LFN HP969 Indonesia racing team. Really promising. Performed strongly all the way through practice yesterday as well. No introduction really needed here. 2 times former champion Waiwaji Trilaksana and leader of his own team.
Had a number of DNFs, did Waiwaji. And Silmi Helsinki, who you mentioned in Team One for All, he showed up very, very nicely yesterday in qualification.
Yeah, made it to Super Pole and starts further up the grid as a result. And there is Rendi, who has got so many people watching him and expecting him to do great things. He was spectacular yesterday in practice. Faded in qualifying. Let's see what he can do in the race.
Next to him, Shafiq Rasul from Malaysia. Again, more than capable for the Cardinals racing team, Shafiq Rasul, of picking up the wins.
Yeah.
Again, more sponsors the name. Ion Credit, JQK, Synergy S Cardinals racing today.
Yeah, And once again, we welcome these new sponsors in, especially you come in as a title sponsor like Aeon Credit.
Easy to pick out always is the lime green. What are we calling it, lime green? Gupita Krishna Wardana. He's in P14, another former champion. Another who knows that it's not about how you qualify, it's where you are coming into the final lap, as Ahmed Fazrul Sham, part of the Cardinals team as well. He is also another. Expect him to be up the front of at some stage.
At some stage, certainly. He's a little overdue a podium finish, I think. There is Kiki Suderman for JPNW S&D Factory Racing. We saw him and his teammate Aditya Fauzi riding with pink helmets yesterday, so I'm glad to see Aditya wearing a white one today so we can pick them out more easily.
Aditya was 5th in the championship last year, 3rd in the championship the year before, so even though he's low in the grid, don't count him out. And Akshal Ilam for Team One for All. He is the second of the Team One for All athletes. Also, we've got Muzake Mohammed, who's stepped up from TVS International Championship into the Underbone 150. Do you step up or step down from TVS into, you know what I mean?
It depends where you're basing it. If it's on CC, it's a step down. But in terms of competitiveness, probably a step up. But yeah, the 2023 or 4 champion.
Correct.
For TVS. Good to see him back anyway. We were missing him last year. And he's there as one of the riders assigned with developing the Vosges, Chinese manufacturer that has come in to challenge the might of the Yamahas and Hondas in this Underbone 150 class.
Yeah, they made their debut last year, had 1 or 2 problems in maintaining the race time. Here are
that's the A-Racer team. Mr. Midas on the end there. Alice on the left.
So 22 on the starting grid. We'll go through them line by line for you. On pole position, Dimas Juliat Moko for the Racetech 60 team, alongside Philippines, John Emerson and Gito for Evo Yamaha Racing. Nazrul Izabahudin, a former champion, is on P3.
April King Moscado recovering well from problems yesterday to qualify 4th. Next to him, the champion, Husni Zainal Fauzi, and Shurat Sauki for Yamaha LFN HP 969 alongside of him. He starts 6th.
Moving on to row 3 of the grid, and the always dangerous Charles Uzi will be on P7 for the Uzi Asia team. Fadli Regani, looking forward to seeing how the young Indonesian can compete, especially as alongside the veteran Wayu Aji Chulaksana in the Racetech 60 bike, who's in P9.
And Team One for All's debutant, Silmi Helsinki, starts 10th. Alongside him, Rendi Oding, much fancied by people back home, and Shafiq Rasol, fancied by many of us here, the number 22 for the Aeon Credit JQK Zinages Cardinals team.
Indeed, there's a lot of very good athletes out there. A new name as far as we are concerned. He will be on the 5th row of the grid, and that's Adib Ashad Hisham alongside Gupita Krishna and Ahmad Fazrul Sham.
Yeah, and the number 16 place is with Kiki Suderman Manurung, the 178. Next to him, his JPNW Factory Racing teammate Aditya Fauzi, both on Hondas. They start 16th and 17th, and Akshal Ilam Safatullah starts on the outside of row 6.
Akshal was a new name for me, as is Tim Rojas. He's on the Racetech Yamaha Philippines racing team on his debut, bike number 78, alongside, welcome back, Muzakir Mohammed on the Vosges, alongside Afizi Supat, also on the Vosges. They are on row 7 in 20 and 21 respectively.
And completing the field, the 22nd starter, Ahmad Dawizi Ahmad Sahir for Uzi Asia, teammate of Charles Shazras, who's a little further up the order.
It's a nice mix of established names and new names. Looking forward to this. The name to beat, though, of course, is the man who won the championship last season by a country mile. What was it? 90 points difference. And that included a real slowing down towards the end of the season, a P8 and a P5 meant that he didn't quite make the 100-point gap, but a huge difference between Husni Zano Fauti and the rest last year. Husni starting on P5 just now. Surely you can't repeat that kind of dominance.
I don't think he can. And certainly nobody on our screens here wants him to. But he might have a different idea. Let's just see. Zia LFN was so strong.
And you have been wrong before, Barry.
Have I?
No. Once, I remember, in 2018.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Yeah. Early days.
Nazrul Izzat. A good interview that he did pre-race with Daniel. He struggled a little bit last year for consistency. Of course, he had a bad injury as well that kept him out for large chunks of the season. But now back in P3 on home soil. He'll be getting ready for the Cup pre-season as well. And that familiar purple livery can be a little bit intimidating if you're on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, such a good rider. It's good to see him returning to form. I hope I'm not cursing him by saying that. But 2 seasons of rotten luck after the championship. As we peer through the heat haze, the start marshal holds them there with the red flag.
All 22 are in position as we await the lights. Underbone 150cc season is underway. A sluggish start for Dimas Juliet Moko. John Emerson Ngito gets off to a nice flyer. It's not so important at Underbone, but it's always good for the confidence to see the number 25 leading down that main straight. But it's a Filipino double, because coming through is bike 129.
Yeah, good start there.
That's Rendy.
Yes.
You did say you have bigged him up. I haven't seen an awful lot of him, just but you have bigged him up already, and the reaction that we're getting from over in Indonesia on the ARRC Facebook and Instagram returns is pretty hot.
Yeah, he's got some fans. He's done a lot over there, and it's great to see him as a regular rider here.
Nazrul Izzat eases his way in. Very sedate for an Underbone start, doesn't it? My word, everybody's neatly through.
Yeah, very gentlemanly.
It won't stay like this. That we know. It'll get ultra competitive. But as we go, Rendy, bike number 1, and John Emerson Ngito, bike number 25, leading the way. Wayaji Trilaksana is there. Bike 143, Husni, of course. He's in the mix as well.
Yeah, the Malaysian former champion, number 87, Nazrul Izzat, just showing them the way round.
And Adib, bike number 27, also leading the way. Well, the drone shot shows you that that's a tight left and takes you up the hill. It's a lot tighter than you think, turn number 9.
Yeah, many incidents at turn number 9.
Shot. That's the first time I've seen it from that angle. Often you wonder why different lines are taken. You saw exactly why there as it doubles back on itself. It's more than a hairpin, and everybody gentlemanly gets into position as they come around this long right-hander, and then this is where the bumping and the grinding will start later on in the race. 6 laps of the race it is. But everybody, it's almost like a fast formation lap at this stage.
Yep, Dimas Julie reasserting his pole position. You see the 52 and the 60 standing out. Very different colours for the Racetech 60 team this year, but still easy to pick out. That gives you great perspective, this drone shot, doesn't it?
It does. Going in, how everything just concertinas into single file from 7 or 8 wiped across. 61 is Shazrul Sharas.
Yeah, Honda leading them across the line on that occasion. The other Hondas a little further back. Kiki Suderman across the line 7th, Aditya Fauzi. Both of those, of course, for JPNW SND. Across the line, Aditya in 14th.
Yuzi on home soil, Sharul Shazras. Again, he's another who is often in contention, but rarely brings home the podium positions. But maybe he's just going to get a little bit of consistency. Over a 12-race season, it is about consistency. It is about regularly bringing up points, unless you have a runaway leader like last year. Talking of whom? Where is he? Where is Husney? Where is our bike 143? He's in the middle of that pack in P12 at the moment.
Yeah, just to point out a number change as well, as I was watching the number 73 there, Husney's teammate. It is the same teammate as last year, running a different number, and it's the former double champion Gupita Krishna. There he is. That 7 almost looks like a 2.
Leading the way is Gupita Krishna, followed by the purple livery of the easy-to-pick-out Uma. Whether it's Uma Malaysia or Uma Philippines, it's Uma Malaysia. And Nazrul Izzat, who spent a lot of time near the front in the early stages here. Just beyond them, bike 54 going round the corner.
Yeah, looks nice and comfortable. I just wonder if Aditya Fauzi there, number 77, good one to watch. As you mentioned at the beginning, Des, before this race, Aditya Fauzi was 3rd in the championship in 2024. He was on a Yamaha then with Racetech 60. He's switched to Honda last year, and he's often, well, usually been the quickest Honda, but this weekend so far it's been with Charles Chazras.
April King Moscado in that little front group as well. Bike number 95 as they come through the haze. Nazrul Izzat is leading the way. You're quite right, bike 73, you've got to get used to that with Gupita Krishna. So used to associating the number with the rider. How dare they confuse us. Waiwaji Trilaksana, bike 60, we recognise him. He goes through on the inside. It is Waiwaji Trilaksana who leads us through lap number 2, and they have all been very gentlemanly so far. It will spice up. This we promise. There's no point going hell for leather, particularly when you've got these 2 long straights to sort yourself out. Nazrul Izzat leads the way as they fan out across the track.
Yeah, many of the suspects there are at the front challenging. Another number change to point out actually is April King's.
Yes, A95, yeah. Exactly that.
And Aditya Fauzi, in the space of 1 lap, has eased his way up from 14th to 3rd or 4th at the moment.
Dimas Juliet Moko in the space of 1 lap has gone from P1 down to P17, 18 I think it was. Now he's back up to P5 is Dimas. 77 goes through Aditya. Worth keeping an eye on Aditya, Josh. Worth keeping an eye on about 22 of 22.
Yeah, and one of them, the number 25 there for 4S1 Evo. That's John Emerson and Guito, the Filipino. Couple of fast Filipinos in this leading group. April King and John Emerson.
I'm saying it's gentlemanly, but it's always comparative. It's gentlemanly for Underbone. There's a lot of toing and froing. There's a lot of late braking and just trying to find a little bit of space. Half a meter here, half a meter there. Look at that. They're fanned out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 across the track as they come into turn number 9. And then there is no space, and there's a slight problem for Aditya Fauzi. He's escaped with it, though, but he had to take evasive action.
Yeah, no elbows yet.
Just the bike, just the mechanics.
Yes.
John Emerson and Guito got himself a little bit of a lead. It's difficult to hold on to a lead. I can think of only 2 in the 11 years I've been doing this, twice, that a lead has been established and held on to in Underbone 150.
Yeah.
John Emerson Guito is, he has a little look behind.
Yeah, let's see how long he can hold that when they get on to... Okay, he's doing all right so far.
He has been able to hold on. 143 has come into the reckoning. Husney Zainal's just joined that little group, goes through in P2 at the moment, as our drone shows the lovely, splendid isolation that we have for John Emerson and Guito.
Yeah, nice work. Let's see what the gap is that he's got at the front.
Half a second. Well, 7/10 of a second.
Yeah.
Aditya and Husney.
That's a
look out for them.
Yeah, it's a country mile.
Bike 61, Charles Chazras also in that mix. I really think he's a contender today, as is Nigel Izzat in P6. And your mate, Rendy, in P5, bike 129.
Yeah, and then you get into, you go down the wormhole, don't you? The rabbit hole, rather.
Yes. Ayuaji and Dimas can come into the place. And even the youngsters like Tim Rojas from Philippines, although a couple of riders are being dropped. Shafiq Rasul, Tim Rojas, Ahmed Fajrul Shama has been dropped just a little bit as well. They're 3 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, Silmi doing a decent job there as well. Up amongst the top handful. Currently about 4th or 5th. 5th.
Fastest lap, John Emerson Ngito at 2:35.9. Which is quicker than his qualifying lap. As they come through, 143, sorry, dives in, Husni Zainal.
Let's just see if there's a little bit of a gap opening up there. Is there a second group forming?
Rendy on the outside. Nigel Izzat leads going up the hill. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the Race Tech 60 of Waiwaji Trilaksana's in there as well. Nazarul, he has wanted to be at the front, as has John Emerson Ngito. And Rendy as well. They've been familiar names at the front. And those front 5, as you say, Barry, they are, if they work together, might be able to just pull away from the following pack.
Yeah, I noticed in particular Charles Chazras was having to push hard to stay on the pace on the Honda.
77 pushes through, Aditya Fauzi. 95, April King Moscado. There is Rendy Odding, and a new number. That Silmi was going through on the right-hand side.
Yeah, this has been a nice race so far from Silmi.
Team one for all.
That's your number 58.
Leading the way, 2 laps to go. April King Moscado goes perilously close to the pit wall. And fanning out once again.
Waiwaji is in there.
April King just had to put the brakes on. A lot of standing up. 1, 2, 3 riders forced to stand upwards because the Race Tech of...
Yeah, Waiwaji. And Dimas Julie a few places further back. Just sense a bit more tension coming in.
Yeah, it's been a slow burner, this one. But get ready for takeoff. And keep ready, just keep an eye on 143, Husni Zainal Fauzi. He was able so often to just force himself into the equation of a race late on. Once again, as the drone gives us that lovely view of Sepang. Yeah. It's looking glorious today, Sepang.
It is. We were talking about the clouds and the wind and whatever earlier on, but now it's perfect racing conditions right now.
Dimas Juliet Moko's come back into the 4, the pole sitter, bike number 52. Keep an eye on him. That's April King Moscado, who was 4th fastest. He's dragging through Waiwaji Trilaksana, bike number 60. Also in the mix, Fadli Regani for the first time, bike 117.
Yeah, Fadli's a talent for LFN.
All these racers now just girding their loins to get in the right position as we come into the final sector of this penultimate lap. Waiwaji's there. John Emerson Ngito has dropped down rather alarmingly off the pace.
Yeah, incident-free as it stands.
Incident-free to the naked eye, it must be said. Again, there's a little bit of bumping you saw there. Waiwaji leads the way. Fadli Regani, 117. Keep an eye on him. April King Moscado goes around the outside. And then he will just concertina down as the pink of Aditya Fauzi He just goes a little bit wide. That shows you take a tight line around the hairpin. It gives you a real drive out. Okay then, there is the rehearsal. The man who will be in pole position coming into the final lap is John Emerson Ngito. Shirat is also in there. Shirat Chauki for Yamaha LFM.
Yeah, and Licha Husni Zainal, who's been quiet as he often is right in the mix there.
Now it gets competitive, but it's the two race techs leading the way.
Dimas Julie fancies it. He's moved to the front. His team boss challenging him on the inside.
Only 5 racers were able to get inside 2:37 in qualification. Oh, we've got our first casualty, one of the team.
That's Silmi, yeah. So it was a good debut for Silmi, a very promising one. Right now, it's all about Race Tech 60.
Charles Chazras has got himself right up. I tell you what, I've just got this inkling that Charles Chazras and Yuzi are going to have a good season if they can just make sure the mechanics are right, and as they come down into the straight for the penultimate time, they rip through us.
Yeah, that shot gave you a real feeling of how furious this is getting. The old hand at the front, Waiwaji, number 60. Dimas Julie, number 52. Losing a bit of time there.
A lot of contact as they go around that corner. That's onto turn 9. Still, Waiwaji Trilaksana. Well, it's the old boys showing the new kids how to race this. He's established a lead. Is he able to hold on to that? Behind him is 73, Gupita Krishna. So it's the old guard who are leading the way.
Yeah, 2 front positions, 4 championships between them. Let's see.
Dimas Julie has pulled through. Charles Chazras has made a move again on the Yuzi. Right, we are on the penultimate straight. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, look who's in second. Husni Zainal's put himself in perfect position once again. Keep an eye out for bike number 143. Who has the best line coming into the hairpin?
It looks like Wayu Aji, but somebody's gone round the outside.
Husni Zainal had a really good drive out as we come down. Husni Zainal, the defending champion, is under intense pressure. Husni's not going to get there. We've got a race winner, Gupita Krishna from Dimas Julie, and Husni Zainal separated by 0.05 of a second. 1 through 3, Gupita back on the podium.
Zir LFN, 2 riders on the podium. And Dimas Juliet Moko in his debut for Race Tech 60. For HDS Youngstar Kawahara, they deserve their full title. Race result under photo finish, but I think what we saw was pretty clear. It was Gupita Krishna. The momentum was shifting, but it was Gupita who got there first.
This is the final straight, the final run. In 52 is Dimas Juliet Moko. He thought he got there first, but the momentum just... Is it just? It's 0.02 of a second.
I'm not sure now. Let's have another look.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just got it. Gupita Krishna.
Oh, good call for a photo finish, wasn't it?
That's not bad. That's not a bad way to start the season.
That is what 0.02 of a second looks like, Des Corkill.
Phenomenal. And Husni, I thought he timed it right. I thought as he came round the hairpin, he'd produced another Husni moment. It's still a podium, but instead, Gupita Krishna. You can't beat an old experienced pro, can you?
These two celebrating their double podium finish together. They have got a good spirit in that team. Husni did eclipse his senior teammate last season. This time it was advantage Gupita. And a great performance from pole position from Dimas Juliet Moko. Race Tech 60 placing themselves 2nd and 4th. Waiwaji coming in 4th. Rendio Ding, the exciting young Indonesian, was 5th. So fulfilling his promise.
Peter Greshner, 0.02 of a second clear of Dimash Julie, who himself was only 500ths clear of Husni Zainul Fawzi, the defending champion. So it's Yamaha 1, 2, and 3, and 4, because Waiwaji Trilaksana from Race Deck 60 was 4/10ths down in P4, just ahead of Randy Odding, the bike 129. That is some debut, and I'll have his followers cheering. Aditya Fawzi, a very good P6 on the Honda Supra for JP NWSND Factory Racing. Shirat Sauki in P7, and Fadli Regani. Well, you mentioned that he's going to be a strong contender. Indonesia 1 through 9, the finishers. Kiki Sudirman for JP NW as well in P9, 6/10ths down. And less than a second separating 1 from 10. John Emerson and Gito, good performance from the Filipino, but he'll only pick up 6 points. Ahmad Dawisi in P11, Charles Shazras in 12, Akshal Ilam on Team 1 for All in P13. April King Moscado will pick up a couple of points for Race Deck Yamaha Philippines in P14, and Adib Arsyad for Uma Racing Yamaha in P15. But 1.5 seconds separating 1 through 15.
That's it. This is Underbone Racing. It's as close as ever, even in a slightly smaller field.
Najul is out of the points, and he looked to be in such promising positions. Tim Rojas on debut also out of the points, but it proves he's going to be competitive. Muzakir Mohammed and Afizi Supat for the Vosges. That's good that they've finished, that we've got mechanical consistency for Vosges, but it's all about celebrations at the moment. Long way to go, Kupita, but this boy does know how to win titles.
He does, and he never loses his enthusiasm. He helps Husni, who's struggling to get his visor up. Those two are absolutely delighted. Say their thanks. What a result for Zia LFN. They won 7 races between them, 6 for Husni, 1 for Gupita in 2025. They couldn't have started this season any better.
That is a strut. That is a confident walk. And that is a team nearly walking into the camera. But there is your race winner. Yeah, you can't tire of winning, can you? Particularly when you've got a good machine and clearly a group of mechanics who are getting their timings and getting their tactics absolutely to perfection.
Yeah, the whole team there, Zia LFN, again impressing right at the start of 2026. Again, Aditya Fawzi, the top finishing Honda.
It was a slow burner, this one, but it really, really came to life on the final lap and a half. And I think we can head down to Daniel, who's got some post-race interviews from this first race of the 150 Underbone season.
Gupita, firstly, congratulations. What a race you rode. As always in Underbones, it is quite the battle, but that last lap tactic was perfect. Tell us, how did you find it?
Ya, pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Allah SWT, dan saya terima kasih kepada orang tua saya dan istri saya, anak saya, dan terima kasih kepada Bos Yar sudah mendukung saya dan saya bisa mencapai di podium ini. Untuk jalannya race tadi saya memang lap awal saya safety di belakang karena di depan fight semua. Saya coba di pertengahan lap saya coba maju. Saya berpikir wah ini cukup buat last lap. Terus saya coba last lap untuk push. Di last lap itu alhamdulillah bisa podium pertama. Dan saya sangat bersyukur kali ini saya bisa podium bareng teammate saya Alfi Husni. Itu sangat saya berterima kasih.
So what Gupita was saying was that he's been saying big thank you to the family, to the team, to his wife, and he was saying essentially that he, in the first part of the race, he just tried to maintain the pace, play it safe while everyone's battling in the front, and then at the end, he decided to attack, and he was grateful that he managed to get it. Congratulations, Gupita.
We saw the winner there, Husni Zainul Fawzi. Well, he's the defending champion. We knew he'd be there or thereabouts, and Charles Shazras We had high hopes for him. Waiwaji Trilaksana, some familiar names by Russell on the grid at the Underbone 150cc as we come into the 29th season of the Asian Road Racing Championship. And it was the old boys who really proved that they still know their way around the circuit.
Yeah, they did. It was a really good first half of the race for Nazarel, who we started to think was going to return to the form that we saw a couple of years ago. It wasn't to be in the end, but he was looking very smooth and comfortable, as was his teammate Adibashad, also showing really well. Never far away though was Husni Zainal. Never very far away was Dimas Juli either, and Waiwaji. Those two Racetech 60s were there.
Familiar names for those who followed, as is April King Moscato, the bike number 95. New number, but old style form for April King Moscato. But it's so difficult to get yourself into the top. The Indonesians just have this down to an absolute art there, the way they are setting up these bikes for all of the categories. Sharat Shauki coming in, a new name as well, Randy Odding come in. I know you've really had high hopes for him. Randy would get himself a P5, but when it came down to the final lap, Barry, well, Racetech 60 just got themselves up to the front, as did Zir LFN.
Yeah, they did. They were all running together, those four, and as we will see, it was so close. This looked like a really good turn into the final turn by
Husni
Waiwaji, but Husni got the jump on him.
And then it was just a sprint for the line. Husni is leading the way, but he's so used to coming from behind, and this time he is eased out into P3, 2 thousandths of a second, giving the victory to Gupita Krishnawardana. A big hug, and I think it's great. I love to see new names coming on, but I also love to see the old guard protecting with every ounce of skill that they've got their position.
Yeah, they do.
3 titles.
Yeah, Gubit is the best example I can think of in that respect. Never lets his head drop. He's still there.
In second place from HJS Young
Husni Zainal Fauzi. He started. Well, he had a race win double here last year. He's still on the podium, and he'll still be competitive, but I think this is going to be not a 90-point differential at the end of the season.
Could be a surprise. There's a good shot for the Zir LFN team.
And the best team for Underbone 150 race 1, Zir LFN HP 969 Evelyn MCR RBT 34.
Lots of Indonesian flags on display.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia.
So what can the rest of the pack do about Indonesia being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, Barry Russell?
It's a tall order. John Emerson Gito had a go. He was the best of the rest.
That's in Anita Azrina Abdulaziz from the Petronas circuit, handing out the awards.
And your race winner from Indonesia.
Sepang hosting 2 of the rounds of the ARRC. It's been a regular home, obviously, ever since the Asia Road Racing Championship began back in 1996. We're now in our 29th full season, 31st year. We had those couple of COVID years. Dr. Mohammed Riza bin Ghazi, FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the team award to Zir LFN HB 969 Adeline MCR RBT team.
And now we'd like to invite Dr. Anita
Bravo, Des.
and Dr. Mohammed Reza bin Ghazi to take a photo with our race winners.
Peter Kreshner, former champion. Husni Zainal, defending champion. Dimas Julie Apmoko, wannabe champion. They are your top 3. And Indonesia, who've had such a grip on this championship themselves, will be hopeful and expectant that they will be repeating it at the end of season award ceremony when we hit Buriram in December of 2026. Already looking forward to that, Barry.
Yeah, me too.
Here are the standings at the end of race number 1 of 12. Gupita Krishna, 25 points, 20 for P2, Dimas Juliet Moko. Husni Zainal Fauzi, 16. Wai Ajitrilaksana on the Racetech 60 on 13. Rendi Odding, great debut for 4S1M. For the Philippines on 14, 2 points. Adib Arshad picks up the 1 point. Okay, after the chaos of the Underbone 150, we move to the slightly less chaotic, slightly more technically fine-tuned AP 250s. That is coming up next on race 1, round 1 of the Asia Road Racing Championship season. We'll be with you in 2 minutes' time.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony.
A very warm welcome to a hot and humid Sepang International Circuit, the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. It is venue for the first round of the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell. We are 2/5 of the way through our first day's entertainment as we move on to the AP 250s, where the defending champion Fadila Arbi has stepped up to the Super Sport 600 class. But we welcome back Reza Danica, a former champion from the same Astra Honda racing team, from 600 to 250s. And Reza, Barry, made a real splash when it came to practice and qualifying earlier on today.
Yes, he did. He looked strong all the way when he came back in yesterday in free practice. First time on a 250 for a long time. And he would convert that eventually into pole position. The number 44, Reichi Takahira, only got here this morning. He did no practice whatsoever yesterday. He arrived just in time to put his leathers on before qualifying, jumped straight in, and this session was split by a red flag, but he was quick all the way through. Reichi Takahira riding this season for the Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ team, another Chinese-based team coming in with a Japanese rider. There is Reza Danica, those familiar numbers 1, 2, 3. Also familiar number behind him, but a different class, is Xia Juntong, the number 22. He is in as a replacement rider for Lu Yin, who is injured, and he's been having a really good time. Not having a good time there is Carlson, the young Filipino rider for SDG. That was what brought the red flag out when the rest of them got on. That was a breakdown there for the Castrol Honda. Galang Hendra showed well all the way through. He actually won the first half of qualifying before the red flag and maintained good position right through to the end. Daniel Sharmi, who was strong in the second half of last season, has looked really good all the way through. There was a scary moment there for Arshad, who had a brake failure and just stopped before the tyre wall. There was Reichi Takahira. He'd finished fourth, but it was Reza Danica Arends, the number 1, 2, 3 for Astra Honda, back in 250s. He's already got 2 championships in this category. He's going to start from pole position in round 1 this weekend.
Yeah, he was 4 tenths quicker than Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia and Chandra. And it's good that we've got the Yamahas and the Hondas. It was such a fabulous battle between them last season. The Kawasaki's weren't quite able to get in there, but we didn't really talk about Unai Catulud Pascual, who's on the fastest of the Kawasaki's. We're hopeful that the Spaniard might be able to take advantage of this circuit.
Yeah, we didn't see any green in that clip, but he came through really well, and he looked quick right from the off. He has moved on to the Kawasaki for Pro Power Antares, a new look team. Antares were running Yamahas last season. Shunshin Zhang, team owner, is still one of the riders, the number 40. But Unai is competing in some of the European races and World Championship. So Unai is a real talent.
Let's see if the Kawasaki are able to, or he's able to take advantage of the long straights on the Kawasaki. In the AP 250, those Reza Danica Arends, he struggled a little bit at 600cc, and you feel he looked a lot more comfortable. There, indeed, is the lime green of Unai. And did he show enough for you in qualifying to suggest he might be able to get up to the front?
Yes, he did. Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely going to be in the front group. He's really got some quality. The Kawasaki is a bit of a heavy beast to handle, but it does have the power advantage, which, if he's smart, and I think he is, he will use to his advantage on the straights. Again, we got that gorgeous bird's eye shot of the grid. Aiki Iyoshi has moved out of that Kawasaki squad into the SDG team.
What about the ties? You're very complimentary normally of the likes of Pirapong and Kritipak. Kritipak runner-up last season. We've mentioned Reza already, but Kritipat, what do you rate his chances so far?
Kritipat was electric yesterday in free practice. He lacked a few volts. His voltage had dropped a bit in qualifying, so he's going to start down in 10th today, but not to be written off by any stretch of the imagination. Musyavi was really strong in the second half of qualifying for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Chandra Hermawan also coming good. We saw late last season.
Yeah, he made a surge in the second half of the season, didn't he? And looking nice and relaxed. I always like it when the athletes are looking relaxed. Yes, you can be focused, but very much relaxation is part of the deal. Rich Takahira, as you mentioned, it's a remarkable story. It's not your best way of warming up, but maybe because he's done so well, Rich Takahira, he'll only arrive on the morning of a race in future.
He would have been full of adrenaline. There he is, the naughty boy himself, Rich Takahira. But he had a really good time. It must have been a nervy moment waiting for his baggage at KLIA Airport.
Yeah, it's lucky we're just down the road, huh? If he came into Subang, he would have been late. Anyway, alongside him, you've got Daniel Sharmi. Again, Uma Racing. Daniel, at times, has shown real potential. He got a fastest. He had a pole last year, so he is quick.
Yeah, I do like this rider for Uma Racing. Let's see what he can do in the race.
Galang Hendra, a familiar name, as always. Galang Hendra Pratama for the Yamaha BAF Yamalube Akai Jaya team.
Yeah, team he's put together himself, so doing a really good job. Nothing like a good belly rub.
Team One for All, their familiar colours. I am really keen to see if the Kawasaki of Unai can make an impression. There he is, Unai Pascual. Pro Power Antares MT Kawasaki. 2:24.5. So in terms of pace time, a full second slower than Reza Danica.
But that's not bad to qualify the Kawasaki that far up. Alongside him, Pirapong Lui Bimpeng, familiar team, familiar number, new category.
Stepping up from the 150, and next on another familiar name, Gary Salim for MS Dlofermen Racing Team, whose umbrellas are very, very prominent out on the track. I reckon their marketing team's been doing a terrific job, and Gary himself, at his best, can be competitive up at the top. Whether or not he's got the machinery, we'll find out in just a few minutes' time.
Exactly, another former champion indeed, Gary Salim. So great to see him back. There is Kritipat Kenkum. He was fast, not quite consistent enough to challenge Fadila Arbi for the championship, but coming in again, second season. This is the young Panjaru, I think 13 or 14 years old, for Honda Thailand Racing Team. Fahmi Bassam stepping up with LFN from Underbones to 250s has made a really good start. He's going to be in the front group, I promise you.
Another one that we didn't actually mention, Aike Yoshi, he's changed team from the Kawasaki. He's now with the SDG Harkro. He's in P13 at the moment, just outside the 224s, so potential of being competitive. Yoshi is always one we look forward to. Normally in the green livery, it'd be strange to see him not wearing that racing green.
And he won't be happy to see the green livery in front of him.
Indeed, indeed. What's he doing with my racing suit? Okay, it is 30 on the grid. Reza Danica Arons, Astra Honda Racing. They have such a rich pedigree in this category. Do Astra Honda and Reza, a returning champion on P1 alongside Fadil Musyavi, the best of the Yamahas of Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and Chandra Hawaman alongside him on P3.
Rish Takahira again turning out for a Chinese team. It's Tianyu Asia Racing. He qualified fourth. Alongside him, the exciting young talent Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing, and Galang Hendra Pratama, the veteran, starts sixth.
Unai Pascual for Spain on the Pro Power Antares Kawasaki in P7 alongside Pirapong Luboimpeng, a team one for all, as you say, stepping up to 250s. Gary Salem, former champion, MS Dlofermen from Indonesia, on P9 on row 3.
Thailand's Kritipat Kenkum for a Yamaha Thailand Racing Team start 10th. Honda Racing Thailand's Panjarut Chitrul Chat starts 11th, and just outside of them is Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969.
We move on to row number 5, and we welcome Aiki Aoshi back, but with a different colour, the Honda for Aoshi. Irfan Heikel for Motul Honda Asia team in P14. Ngo Nguyen Viet Tuan, a debutant for Honda Racing Vietnam, is in P15.
Yeah, another Vietnamese rider we are more familiar with, Hu Tri, also qualified well in 16th. Badli Ayatollah, who recovered well from a nasty crash yesterday to qualify 17th. Gao Zhang for Team One for All starts 18th.
Tiranai Tuptim for Yamaha Thailand Racing is in P19 alongside Tayo Saito, another debutant for Servo Hypersport Racing by 10. That's the Honda. And Jazil Juraimi, Team ACR from Singapore, is down in P21.
Galang Hendra's teammate, Aldiaz Aksal for Yamaha BAF Yamalube, starts 22nd. Shajun Tong steps in for the injured Yu Lu Yin. He starts 23rd. 24th, Shoto Yokoyama for Aeon Credit JQK Zinage's Cardinals.
Yeah, good to see the Cardinals team going up into the 250s. Then you've got Carlson Jacob Solis from SDG Hark Pro Philippines in P25. Kabilesh Rajini, team racer Castrol Power One. Again, good to see these new athletes coming in. They might not be at the front of the grid, but great experience. Say Leong Nang Se is alongside them.
Yeah, and on the last row, we've got Shun Chun Jiang and Cristwell Villanueva and Setu Rajiv. They complete this huge field of 30 Asia Production 250 machines.
And we might see it split into two. I think we've got a leading group of, what, 15, badly 16, 17 or so, who might be able to pull away from the rest.
Yeah, I think it could be quite a large leading group. We're about to find out as they're under starters' orders.
8 laps of the circuit, race 1 of 12 of the season, AP 250cc. No defending champion, but there is an ex-champion. He's on pole position at the moment. Keep an eye on bike number 123, Reza Danik Arans. We are underway, and Reza Danik gets off to a nice clean start. Just pulls himself away from the two Yamahas and everybody away from the start line quite nicely. And Chandra Herwerman has also made a good start. Bike 88 takes the line of Reza Danica and then has his line taken from him himself.
Yes, he does, and it's Rish Takahira who leads them through turn 1 and into turn 2. So with very little track time, he's really making a mark. He almost finished on the podium more times than I can recall right now last season.
That was a lot of fun, wasn't he, Rich Takahira?
Yeah, he always brings the excitement, always brings the fun.
He's a man in a hurry today, bike number 44. Chandra is right behind him. Also 222, Fahmi Bassam. That's a step up from 150 to 250. Doesn't seem that much of a step up, but you're going onto the tanks. It's a very different way of riding.
Yeah, some riders just don't make it and don't want to and go back to 150s, but LFN, they seem to know how to pick them. They picked Murabil Vitoni, who was so exciting last year. Best wishes to Murabil, if he's listening, for his recovery. Oh, and there is an early exit.
First casualty of the day, 68, is Jazil Juraimi, the Singaporean. Now, it's a long way to come for less than half a lap as the leaders come up the hill at turn 9 for the first time. 8-lap race.
So 44 leads 123, leads 88.
123, Reza Danica was very, very quick. 3/10 quicker in practice. Top speed, average speed, 192.9. He was the fastest out on the circuit alongside Panjurak, the young Thai, who will get great experience. 13 or 14 in a 30-strong grid. And as expected, we are getting a split. And the Kawasaki struggling at the back. But maybe the Kawasaki, once we get to these two long straights, he might be able to make a little bit of ground. But at the moment, it's Reza Danica leads the way, and Fahmi Bassam, Barry Russell, follows him into P2.
Yeah, not entirely surprised to see that. He was second quickest overall in practice yesterday. Fahmi Bassam showing just how well he's made the jump from 150 to 250. He goes to the outside, followed by Kritapat, who's come up from his P10 starting position.
Also making a move, Galang Hendra Pratama, who's another who is so often in the race. This looks like it might be nice. This is Underbone-esque at the front, isn't it?
It is, and in P2 there, Honda Racing Thailand's Panjaruchat, number 12, has done well to lift himself up to the front of that leading group.
He's in P7, also in there. It's that Kritapat, as you just mentioned, is 39. Kwame Bassam just drops down to P5 at the moment, 222. And we have got this leading group of, 11. Just hanging in there is Hu Tri from Vietnam in P11, just at the tail. You've got certainly one of the Vietnam riders.
Yeah, Viet Tuan was looking particularly impressive. Oh, and down goes Reach Takahira. Oof. Number 44 crashing heavily.
Two of them just leaning into each other.
Yeah.
Is it Chandra? I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it's Chandra.
Reach
He started the day well, but it hasn't ended well. There he is, number 44.
It's Chandra.
Yeah.
Chandra Hewan has gone down with Reach Takahira. Just a little bit of contact on the back, Barry Russell.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chandra. That was an error there by Reach Takahira. He trudges off. He's going to have to reset for tomorrow. See the stretcher going out, but Chandra's on his feet. Happy to say.
Well, it's been an exciting day for Takahira. As another goes adrift. It's another of the Yamahas.
Oh.
Was that Galang? 99?
We'll see in a moment. But unruffled is Reza Danica Arens. If he is going to be ruffled, it's going to be by Kritapat, the number 39, who's come up there. Let's take another look at that last tumble.
Yeah, this, I tell you what, this is Galang. That's unusual for somebody to go off on that turn in. That's just so much congestion. There was no space and just taken off on the back. I'm pretty sure that's Galang Hendra.
Oh, the number 99 is just there. So in goes Reza Danica, who's looking pretty comfortable.
Fadil Musyavi it was, 571. Fadil was taken out, gosh. So that's some big names are out of the reckoning. And we're not even a quarter of the way through the race.
Yeah, very unlucky for Fadil. He wouldn't know what happened at all. His bike was suddenly just skittled away from him. Panjaruchat having a really good go, the young Thai.
Oh, great confidence to actually be able to take on Reza Danica and also Kritapat. I suppose he's raced against Kritapat so often in the last 2 or 3 seasons that he's used to being in this company, but there's no fear being shown here by Panjaruchat.
No, as is often the case, nobody tells the youngsters that it's supposed to be difficult.
Well, kid, it is.
Well, yeah, and he was mid-pack all the way through until now, including in qualifying.
45 also making a move. Badly Ayatollah, he's come up a long way. Again, it's Astra Honda Racing. They get their setup just right so often. And Badly, even though he was, what, 17th in qualification, he's got himself up into P5.
Yeah, he took a
way through the race.
Yeah, sorry, Des. He took a big knock yesterday. So 45 Badly is doing really well to be this far up the order at this stage.
Well, a jump start, long lap penalty for bike 111. That's Kabalesh Rajini for team RCR Castrol Power.
So he had a breakdown in qualifying and a jump start, so not the best day for the young Indian rider.
Reza Danica leads the way. I'm just keeping an eye on the Kawasaki at the tail end here. And Unai, it's 2.5 seconds down. That's probably too much to make up on these leading races, but maybe a place in the top 10 for Unai is a possibility as we come through lap number 3. It's Kritapat leads from Farmi, from Panjaruchat, from Reza, and from Badly Ayatollah, and Hu Tri from Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yeah, he's been looking promising, as the other Vietnamese rider, the number 84.
Viet Tuan.
Viet Tuan, yeah. Kritapat, who started 10th.
Runner-up last year, Kritapat. Gave it a real go towards the end of the season to try and close the gap. There were some terrific Yamaha versus Yamaha battles.
Yeah, in the end it was the pure class of Fadila Arbi Aditama, who we will see in the next race, that he wasn't able to overcome. But this is another season for him to get under his belt. Exciting young Thai, much fancied back in his home country. And Honda Racing Thailand putting a lot of faith in the rider in P2 there, Panjarit Chitwalchat.
And he's justifying that faith.
He is indeed. Reza Danica nice and comfy in P3.
Gary Salim also just showing up nicely in the white livery with the white front. He's in P6 and he's just ahead of Daniel Sharmi, who's also in that group, and Hu Tree's in there as well. As Fahmi Bassam has a tighter line, just has to apply the brakes going around this right. It's Panjaret leading the way. Fearless, just fearless.
Yeah, this is really good. You can see why Honda Racing Thailand are backing him, like they do in Indonesia. The Yamaha and Honda teams make a lot of investment in young talent. This is where it pays off.
Philippon Luboimpeng, bike number 24, I just glanced. Yeah, he's at the back there, the vivid colours of Team One for All as we come around this hairpin at the end, and it will be Fahmi Bassan who leads the way. Kritapat and Reza having a little contretemps, a little discussion about track etiquette.
Yeah, and this is good from Gary Salim as well. The number 31, right up with the leaders there for MS Glow for men. That's a beautifully turned out machine.
There's a nice symmetry there as Badley all comes through. This is the long lap for Kabilesh Rajini for the jump start. At least he gets on the highlights package.
He does, and it's one of the best looking bikes on the grid too, that Castrol Honda.
Leading the way now is Badley, who for the first but not the last time this season, we will use the phrase, not doing too badly.
Yeah, I've managed not to do that so far, Des, so I'm glad you've opened the floodgates.
There he is leading the way. Astra Honda just have this ability. They've got the training absolutely right. Their selection policy is good as well. But I think we're seeing exactly the same for bike number 12 for Honda Racing Thailand as well. Where do you pick up these kids? How do you spot the talent when they're 10 or 11 to mean that when they're 13 or 14 that they can come and lead these AP250 categories?
Yeah, they tour the country top to bottom, set up little race tracks in car parks and this kind of thing. Just test them out step by step. They go up, get eliminated. But these two at the front here are good examples. Fahmi Bassam is a good example of what you can do from the underbones.
30 started, 4 eliminated. Chandra, Rish Takahira and Fadil Musyavi, the biggest names. Jazil Juraimi, engine failure on the first lap. Tough for the Singaporean. Everybody else is out there on the circuit, but we've got two distinct groups. A leading group of 19 with about 4 seconds between 1 and 19. And then a second group led by Carlson, Jacob Solis for SDG Hark Pro. So there's several racers within the one big race.
Yeah, and towards the back of this is the number 37, if we can pick him out. That is Aiki Yoshi, who carried his race number across from Kawasaki. There he is, just in the middle of the screen at the back of that. Well, there's like a leading group there, then a second subgroup and a third subgroup. He's at the head of the third subgroup.
leading the way. Dropping down, actually, is just made a slight mistake. Panjaruk was caught up on the start finish line, and so Badley still leads the way. Fahmi Bassam is the best of the Yamahas. Kritipat is the best of the Yamahas, sorry. Fahmi Bassam is the best of the Indonesia race on the Yamahas. And look at that team, one for all. Pirapong's edged his way up into a top 6 place.
Yeah, nice work from him. Nice work too from the Vietnamese riders, Viet Tuan and Hu Tri.
For so long, Vietnam was just all about Chao Vietnam. Now you've got 1 or 2 more young racers coming through. They've shown real patience in their riders of Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yeah, now Kritipat taking his turn at the front.
We're into the second half of the race. Razor's been there all the while. Badly, ooh, evasive action needed there by Panjaruk.
Very much this harks back to a few years ago when it was Thailand versus Indonesia. Because you got Pirapong, Panjaruk, Kritipat in that front group, along with the Indonesians, Reza Badley, Fahmi, Gary Salim.
Long, sweeping right-hander. They'll start the rehearsals now for the line that they want to take, coming down this back straight.
Moving himself up now, Des, is Daniel Shami, the number 57, who has been towards the back of that group and looking a little detached at times. But he's moving into contention.
Daniel Shami, bike 57 for the Yuma Racing Yamaha team. There he is. He just goes through the shop there. 2 laps to go. Badly leads from Kritipat from Fahmi. Fahmi 222. Reza Danica, the former champion, dropping back down to 250s. He's nicely tucked it in for. And as you said, Shami is in neatly tucked in, bike number 57 in P5. That's one to keep an eye out for.
Most definitely. And our friend Pirapong, another rider who stepped up along with Fahmi Bassam into 250s.
Kritipat was able to get a victory in race number 2 here last year. It was part of a very good season, which saw him as a runner-up to a runaway champion. But Kritipat is looking to get this season off to a fine start.
Yeah, he must be targeting the championship. His team must be. I did put that to the team boss, but he was coy, reticent with his answer, of course. But that has to be a target.
Well, he's leading the way at the moment, and the front 6 have pulled away. And Panjaruk is just being dropped just a little bit. There's a leading group of 4. Fahmi.
Yeah.
Nearly a little touch there onto Reza Danica. Reza just had to slam the brakes on going up the hill, and that's given Kritipat a chance just to extend that lead.
Yeah, that was good work actually by Fahmi, because Reza tried to muscle him out, but he wasn't having any of it.
He's got that. Only been on a little 150 last year. Yeah, on a big 250 this year.
Yeah, but he's still got that 150 attitude. Those sharp 150 elbows.
Leading the way, Kritipat, bike number 39. 2 very, very different lines. Badly goes on the far side, on the grandstand side. You've got Kritipat. Which one is the best? Well, it looks like for Kritipat, his is perfect because he can take a nice tight line. Although Badley's also got an even tighter line.
And he gets out of shape. Kritipat on the exit there, but he's still holding the front. They're having a little last lap style weave as they approach the finish line.
Kritipat leads by 0.7 of a second from Badley Ayatollah. Reza Danica right in the mix. Less than 0.7 between 1 and 8. Kerry Salem back in 8. Was that Fahmi forced just to stand up as Kritipat dropped 3 places, and Badley is Well, Panjarak has got himself right back into the mix here, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and Kritapat trying to snap back. It's not working though. Yeah. Panjarak having none of it.
Oh, badly Ayatollah. Ooh, he's off the racing track. He's somehow managed to hold on badly.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, he's lost a couple of places, but I think he's lucky to get away with that. He's still got momentum.
Absolutely, but you don't want that on your last lap, as Reza Danica was in a trice there to take advantage of it. And Panjarak is there as well. Wow. Panjarak, the kid, leading the way against former champions and experienced old campaigners. And it's the teenager leading the way, but Kritapat once again forces his way back into the front, and they got nil.
And down goes
45.
Badly again. Another shunt for the young Indonesian, for Astra Honda. It wasn't such a heavy one as before, but it's a lot more disappointing, as he was in contention for the podium then, without a doubt.
It's left the Yamahas though in 1 and 2. Kritapat is leading the way. Fahmi Bassam is right behind him, but it's closed down ever so tightly. And Shami, look out for Shami, bike 57. Weaving away is 39, Kritapat Kiankam. Is that the line that you want to take? He'll just edge out and try and make it as tight as he can. Reza Danica goes wide. Fahmi Bassam on the inside. Fahmi bike 222 goes wide.
Oh.
Fahmi is out. Fahmi slides out. Kritapat is able to take advantage. Can he hold on? Kritapat Kiankam comes through for the victory. Gary Salem in P2. What a performance for Gary. He's thrilled. Daniel Shami in P3.
Yeah. And Viet Tuan came through in P6 for Vietnam. There's a disappointed Fahmi. He doesn't want anything to do with the paramedics. But Kritapat takes another win here at Sepang. So good start for his 2026 campaign.
Fahmi was leading going into this final turn. Barry, talk us through 222.
So he tips in. He's a little, yeah, he just trailed the front brake perhaps a little bit too long. He could feel the other riders coming up inside him, and he couldn't straighten it out. But there is our victor. Yamaha Thailand's Kritapat Kiankam.
Well, he had a win in race number 2 last season, and he's got a win to get the season up and running. I think he is the favourite this season, even though Reza Danica is back. Kritapat showed such form that he will carry the pressure of being a favourite. And as you say, Yamaha Thailand, even though they won't publicly admit it, must be targeting the title.
Yeah, they must be. And Reza is going to be a little disappointed with a P5. But Nguyen Viet Tuan finishing 6th is a fantastic result for Honda Racing Vietnam. Hu Tri in 9th, so 2 top 10 finishes for our Vietnamese riders.
Kritapat Kiankam wins it by 0.2 of a second from Gary Salem. MS Slow for Men Racing Team, the former champion, back with a bang and a bit of shine as well. Daniel Shami, Uma Racing Yamaha, good to see him. You called him midway through the race, Barry. Great spot, 3/10 down, just ahead of Panjaruth, who is going to be some talent, the teenager in P4. Reza Danica Arans, the former champion, comes back to 250 and picks up 11 points. Viet Tuan picks up 10 points for Honda Racing Vietnam. Yoshi, he came through a little bit unnoticed for the team SDG with Hark-Pro in P7. Hu Tri, as you say, 2 in the top 9 for Honda, for the Vietnamese. He's with Motul Honda Asia team. And Tirani Tuptim, we barely mentioned. Tao Saito comes through for Serbo Hypersport on debut in P11. Galanghendra 12th. Irfan Heikel for Motul Honda Asia in 13. Aldiaz Aksal in 14, 6 seconds down. Xiaojun Tong picks up points for Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ. Well, their team had an interesting day, but no finish for Rich Takahira, who was one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 who crashed out, including Badli Ayatollah and Fahmi Bassam when well positioned. Finishing further down, 35 seconds. It did indeed split up into 2 races. Carlson Jacob Solis winning the second 11 race. Leong Christoville, Shun Chengjiang, Kabilesh, who had that ride through penalty in 21st, Shota Yokohama in 22nd. Setu Rajiv in 23rd, and there's your non-finishers. Fahmi Bassam on the last corner. Badli Ayatollah when well placed. Unai couldn't finish the race on the Kawasaki. Fadil Musyavi, Rich Takahira taken out, or Rach Takahira took out Chandra Herwaman. And the final non-finisher who went out in the first lap, Jazil Jiraimi. Wow, a lot of incident. Underbone-esque. It is Underbone-esque. And we saw, yeah, some underbone elbows there at different stages from Fahmi Bassam. In the end, it didn't deliver the result he was looking for, but a lot of promise there for LFN's 250 debutant. Celebrations there for MS Glow for men. That's a fantastic sight. It's so good to see a private team getting amongst it with a P2. Today's the day of the old boys, isn't it? Looks like it, yeah. You've got the new kids on the block, but yeah, we've got the old geezers. We've got Gary Salim. He won in TVS International Challenge. We've got Ramdan Rosley with the victory. And, fantastic stuff. Forget the kids. Forget Gen Z. Let's go down. I think Daniel, well, we can see Daniel is waiting for athletes to be interviewed. And, yep. He moves in to make his persuasive talk. And let's go down to Daniel Bogas for post-race reaction.
Dennis Shami, what a way to start the season, and at your home ground for the opening round and on the podium. It was a good weekend all the way through, though. You guys had the pace. Tell us, what did you guys find in the race?
Okay, first thing, I just want to say thank you so much to my team for their hard work. And then we also managed to get podium in P3. It's also the good season to start, because this is also my first race of the season. And then I just want to say thank you so much to my team, and then all the family, especially my family, always support me, and then all the fans. This weekend was struggle a lot, because we tried to find the good setup for the race, but finally we still get the podium, P3, but still not enough for me. I won P1 in home race, and this also good achievement for first round. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Daniel. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
And in P2 from MS Glow for Men Racing Team, Gary Salim. Gary, you missed the test, and you guys were looking for the pace all throughout on Friday, and now you're on podium in P2. When did you start seeing the opportunity for a podium in this race?
Yeah, normally we don't have tests, but yesterday in the test, we have always to improve, and today qualifying also we improved the lap time, so I was okay this weekend podium. But thanks to my boss MS Glow for Men already support me and bring me back to IRC.
We're glad to have you back. Congratulations, Gary. And race winner for AP 250 from Yamaha Thailand is Kritapa Kungkom. Celebrations going on with the MS Glow for Racing Team. But for now, Kritapa, what a way to start the season. You looked strong since practice 1, and now the team has delivered with you. So tell us, that race was very difficult, especially on the last turn. Tell us about the last lap.
Yeah, for the last lap, I know what I do, yeah, and then I don't know how to say. I want to say thank you to my team, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, for support me, and then thank you to my family for support me.
Thank you so much, Kritapa. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First race of the AP 250 season at the Asia Road Racing Championships. We are at Sepang, and a solid start for the man who was on pole position, Reza Danica Arans. He'd have a nice race, a welcome back to a former champion to AP 250. Not such a good start for Jazil Jiraimi, but as expected, Barry Russell, Yamaha and Honda battled it out at the front. Rich Takahira did well, but he took out Chandra Herwerman. But that Honda versus Yamaha battle is going to go on this season.
Yeah, we were always saying something always happens when Rich Takahira is on track. It was the wrong thing on this occasion, and very unfortunate for Chandra. And that was Monsieur V going out as well in a crash that immediately followed that one.
So 3 of the big names out very, very early on. Then our focus goes on to number 12, Panjarat from Honda Racing Thailand, 14 years of age, acting like a mature racer already.
Yeah, really good performance from him. And at this stage, as it was mostly through the race, Reza Danica amongst the front group, we were tending to think that he was just biding his time.
His teammate Badley Ayatollah as well, bike number 45. He was a very reliable support, but Badley would come off a cropper, I think, with on the final lap going into turn 9. We just saw him there. And Daniel Sharmi would make a move there, bike number 57. That was where Badley had his first moment of to worry about.
Yeah, but as you said, yeah.
Just caught.
Yeah, that was a nasty one, but not as bad as the crash he had yesterday. So hopefully the young Indonesian will be feeling better for race 2.
And then 222 Fahmi Bassam goes out. Now he went on the green stuff there. I wonder if he loses just a little bit of grip going into that turn. But Fahmi Bassam goes out in a good position. It means that Kritipat Giancam, last year's runner-up, is able to come through. And Gary Salim, the veteran, welcome back, comes into P2.
Yeah, he worked his way up quietly during the last 2 laps and made it. That's a very popular podium.
Also for a team like MS Glofamen, it's good for the independents. Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing Yamaha. We keep talking about what potential this young fella has, and he showed it here on the 250s. P2 for him. Gary Salim. Well, that smile is going to go on throughout the night until race time tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see what else he can do this weekend. Kritipat, not such a surprising winner, but a great win for him.
This is going to be a very competitive season. There's some good bikes out there. There's some good racers. Yamaha Thailand Racing Team will have the team award. And let's have the Thai national anthem for Kritipat Giancam. Well, Kritipat had a win here, so he knows what the podium view is like as he looks down on his teammates. Yasuhide Hirai, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia, Sardan Bahad. Again, always thanks to the sponsors, but particularly to Idemitsu. Well, I keep getting lessons on how to pronounce Idemitsu, but I never get right.
It's the at the end, isn't it?
At the end, correct. My Japanese needs a lot of working on, but Kritipat Giancam, his racing technique needs no work. The team award, Dr. Mohammed Riza bin Ghazi, FIM Asia Deputy President, to Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, who may be coy about their chances, but they can't be coy for too long if they keep on winning, Barry Russell.
No, they can't. Well, they had a crack at the championship last year. It was an ambitious one, but their rider has got another season under his belt and looking so good now.
Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. It's an international podium, but it's the Thais who have the lead, and the Thais, I think, who will look away from this and say Pirapong had a good race and Panjarak had a good race, and they'll be hopeful to be competitive throughout the season. Astra Honda Racing Team, for once, not the pick of the group. That's very unusual in AP250s.
Very unusual. 2 bikes, 1 crash, 1 P5.
Here are the standings after the first of 12 races this season. Kritipak Yankum, Yamaha Thailand Racing, 25 points, 20 for second for the Honda of MS Glow for Men Racing's Gary Salim, Daniel Shami, Ahmad Sharil for Uma Racing Yamaha on 16, 13 points for Panjaruk. Reza Danik Arans, the former champion for Astra Honda Racing, as you said, comes back. P11, they won't be too down hot. Viet Tuan, I think we're all quietly thrilled that the Vietnamese are doing well. 10 points for Viet Tuan. Aiki Iyoshi quietly into 7th place for Team SDG with Hark Pro. And then Pinapong Luboinpeng, always a popular racer, a diminutive character in P8. Hu Tri for Motul Honda Asia team, another of the Vietnamese in P9. Tiranai Tuptim, one of your guys from Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, 6 points for 10. Tai Saito, we hardly gave much love to the Servo Hypersport team, but 5 points for Tayo Galang Hendra, the veteran with 4. Irfan Heikel for Motul Honda in 3. Aldiaz Axel with 2 points. And Sha Jun Tong, good point for Tianyu Asia Racing. Tell you what, they've had a day to remember. Not in terms of points, but a day to remember in terms of racing and getting on the track.
Yeah, and the state of Reach Takehira's bike means they're going to have a night to remember as well.
Indeed. Okay, our focus moves on to the Supersport 600cc next. Last year, this championship was decided on the final straight of the final race of the season. But we start from 0 point all over again. Supersport 600 with a really strong group of 14 races coming up right after this short break.
Unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you live from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. That shot shows you that the clouds are still hanging around Sepang, but the rain that we were predicting and that was predicted and forecast hasn't happened so far by Russell, which is good news for the racers, because when the rain comes at Sepang, it can make one heck of a difference.
Yeah, can make it totally unpredictable. So the competitors here are still on their sighting lap to come through to the grid. So we've got a little bit more time this time.
But the clouds, you can't ignore the clouds here because they've closed in a little bit, but they're not as thick or foreboding as earlier on. And this morning, the weather was beautiful during qualification, and it gave us some one or two interesting storylines, Barry Russell.
It did. None more so than Karolyn Powie. But there's Herjan Atner. He's had strong pace all the way through this weekend. He's being followed there by Honda Racing Thailand's Kitsadar, and bang, down goes the number 32 at turn 15. Helmi Asman, who's been really struggling with the front end of his Honda this weekend. That's Kazma Daniel, really good pace, dominated qualifying yesterday, sorry, practice yesterday. He would make a misjudgment on his use of the qualifying tyre, however, in this session this morning. There is Herjan. It was a good session for him all the way through. There is Kazma on the rear qualifier, the green flash there, matching the new colour for his numbers. Hong-Leong Yamaha looking on at him and his teammate, McKinley Carl Paz. Anupam Samoon there just tracking the Malaysian, Kazma Daniel. Good pace all weekend, as I said, but it would be a tactical error in qualifying that left him further back. The number 98 there, he switched his number around for 2026, is Karolyn Powie. He went out with qualifiers, absolutely made the most of them, and for the first time today, we had a new qualifying lap record. Nobody was able to approach that. The number 89 going through there, quietly worked his way through to P3, Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Kazma Daniel tried to fight back, but it wasn't going to come together in qualifying for the Malaysian. Will it come good for him during the race? I think you're going to see some fireworks from Kazma very shortly.
Yeah, he was pretty prick in practice in the first couple of days here at Sepang, and obviously this is his home circuit, and he's the defending champion somehow, but he took the championship on the last straight after this hairpin. Anyway, let's maybe talk to Kazma, certainly talk to one or two of the others. Daniel Bogas is amongst the scrum down on the grid. 14 races. Daniel, who have you got for us?
So the clouds have arrived at the start of the Supersport 600 grid procedure. Right now we have some really thick clouds arriving, but as of right now, it is just cooling down. It's still warm and we don't expect rain as of yet. Concerns for ASB 1000s perhaps, but not for the Supersport 600s. So let's have a chat with the poleman, Karo Idambawi. Kip, it's been a really strong weekend for me, a really strong showing, especially with that qualifying lap. How's it feeling on the bike so far after these 2 days?
Yes, feeling with the bike was good for me. I think from the test and until today was feeling really good on the bike, and yes, I try to do my best in the race today.
This is the most smooth and consistent we've seen you riding. Is there something different that's been done on the bike suspension-wise?
Yeah, I think the bike more or less is the same bike from our bike last year. So yeah, of course we changed many things, especially in the suspension side, electronic side. So yeah, work really well at the moment. So I just keep pushing.
Thank you so much, Kip. Good luck. And now we're going to go to P2 from Yamaha Racing Thailand. It is Tanat Lamplio, and we're going to try to have a quick word as Mr. Alex from Papa with Tanat. Tanat, you know Sepang well, and in qualifying it was very good, so close to a pole position. What did you find in qualifying after Friday?
Yeah, after yesterday, I feel more confident. I need to fighting with the front group, and I need to finish on the podium, consistent on the podium. Need to championship on the leader. Yeah. Before official test, we lost time. We cannot test because container not coming. But I'm so happy from today. We can do, and we can try.
Thank you so much, Tarak. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to move to And we're going to move to Wahyu Nugroho in P3. As Alex Pramprapa was just saying that they plan to win the first race. We're going to have a quick chat with Wahyu. Wahyu, so you had a great season last year in 600s, both in your Indonesian Championship and in ARC. Now you start the season from the front row. What did you guys find to get this advantage right now?
First of all, thank you to the team because they are great.
Okay, I think we'll end that interview just there. And, well, okay, sorry about that. I want to talk to you, or want you to talk to me about Carolyn Powie, Barry, because it's a decade since he won on the MotoGP World Championship. He came back into ARRC, hasn't quite been able to get up to the very top. For him to throw in a lap record, it proves perhaps that the old Kip is really back.
It does look like that. We saw traces of the old Kip in the early stages of the 2024 season when he was the rider to beat. It's not only his performance on qualifying, his pace has been really good all this weekend. Kazma's was just ahead of his yesterday in practice, but Kip is looking back to his best.
Tough competitors though, Herjan Atner.
There's one of them, and very confident he is too, Herjan. His second season now, the 2024 250 champion.
Astra Honda will have the setup just about right, but the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team have got that lap record and have got Kip in really good form. They'll be hoping that Helmi Asman is able to come back in form. There is your defending champion, looking smiley, smiley, smiley. The closest ever decision we've had in 31 years of ARRC. That is how he won the title last year.
From this rider on your screen now, Anupab Sarmoon, who did think he'd won the championship at one stage.
It was a move from P5 to P4 in the last 100 meters of the season. Sensational finale.
Yeah.
Helmi Asman, he's had a tough time so far this week.
Yeah, he's really struggled, especially with the front end of that Honda CBR this weekend. He's made the best of it. Hats off to Helmi for really persevering. McKinley Carl Paz there, number 23 for Hongyong Yamaha Racing. He hasn't had as good a weekend so far as we might. We know he's a good racer though, but he has got some work to do, starting as he is from P8.
Former Underbone champion, Honda Racing Thailand's Kitsada Tanacho. He's alongside him on P9. And then Fadila Arabi, who's the 250cc champion at the ARRC. He's stepping up to Superbike, to Supersport 600. And he had a difficult time. It is a big transition, 250 to 600. It's a completely different animal.
Yep, I think he's taking a steady approach. This is his first time out on the 600. He has been doing quite a lot of practice back in Indonesia. You can see Kip, who's changed his number to 98. He still has the old number on his helmet there, on the chin bar, number 89. Here we are. Don't miss a thing here, Des.
The other starters will run through the line, but Izam Iqmal, who had his moment last year, Izam. And this is home for Victor Racing Team. And Dimas Eki Pratama, welcome back, Dimas Eki, for the MS Glofermen Racing Team. Didn't have the best of qualification. He was actually a long way off the pace. He was 4.5 seconds off the pace, Dimas Eki, so he's not anticipated to be amongst the contenders. But great to have Dimas back.
Yes, it is. And I think that's work in progress to get that 600 up to speed. We know his quality from World Championship experience, endurance experience. He's a top quality rider. First race in 600s way back in 2012 in ARRC.
Yeah, it's over a decade plus. Yes. And also on the line, he didn't get into qualification, Fairozi Torkatila. But we can have a graphic look at how it's going to be starting. Pole sitter and lap record holder Carol Idem Powie. Is this the start of the next phase of his career? He's 27. He's at peak age. He's on pole alongside Tanat Liang Pleo from Honda Racing Thailand and Wahyu Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, fastest of the Yamahas.
Herjan Atner Firdaus in his second season now for Astra Honda Racing starts fourth. Kazma Daniel who has been really strong all weekend, but didn't put it together as well as he could have done. Starts 5th. Next to him, his championship rival from 2025, Anupab Sarmoon for Yamaha Thailand racing team.
Through gritted teeth for Anupab. Helmi Asman will be gritting his teeth, hoping to improve his form. He's in P7. McKinley Kalpaz will be looking for incremental improvements throughout this season, as perhaps I think will Kitsada Tanacho, the Honda Racing Thailand athlete, in P9.
And class rookie Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda starts 10th. Good luck to him. And Isam Ikmal steps up from 250s for Victor Racing Team. And outside of him is the immensely experienced Dimaseki Pratama on the MS Glow for Men Honda. On the last row, we got Zhao Tianhao for Victor Racing and Ferozi Torakatula, who was not able to join qualifying earlier today.
Astra Honda Racing, as always, have a strong athlete here. Herjan Atna, who's been very, very close in recent seasons. Was he was runner-up in 24? I just need to check back on my files.
See these riders coming around this long.
Champion at AP 250 in 24, Herjan Atna, and stepped up to the 600s last year.
Yeah, there he is, the number 46 on your screen, trundling down the back straight towards turn 15, along with the rest of the field. But Herjan looking good on that bike and sounding confident. And he showed what he was made of in that 2024 250 series as well. He was a bigger rider. He had rev cuts that were all designed to slow him down, but he still fought his way through to take the championship. Fighting his way through this first round weekend so far is Helmi Asman, who is having to use every bit of willpower and persistence that he's got.
Helmi had a race win here last season. Ooh, who's that?
And is that Wayu?
In the warm-up lap. Oh, that's not good. Is the engine going? He's not going to be allowed onto the circuit.
No, Wayu is there.
Was it Ferozi?
It's not him.
Ferozi up at the back. I think it's Ferozi.
Or is it?
Yeah, Ferozi,
yeah.
the last man. Okay, but we are under starters' orders. Race number 1 of the season. And we are racing. Quick start in the middle from Tanat Leongpliao. It's nice to get off to a good start. And bike number 31's done exactly that. Herjan Atna comes through as well. Also behind them, Waina Grohu, bike 89, makes a move. Not the best from Kao Irampawi. He'll go through into P3.
Yep, he'll just chop inside the Yamaha of Wayu Nugroho, but he didn't actually. Good work there by Wayu.
It was Ferozi Torakatula, who will not be on the grid. What a horrible way to start the season. Tana just leads the way. And look behind there, you see Kazma Daniel, the defending champion. On bike number 57, the lime green, easy to pick out. Yeah. In P6.
Tanat's had a bit of a mixed weekend. Very mediocre yesterday, but found some race pace in qualifying on normal race tyres and did a really good lap time on qualifiers as well. So he's found what he's looking for. There he is, fighting to stay at the front. He has got time, and Anupab's got time as well. The number 500 slithering up into P3.
That's
going to turn
so
10.
Anupab, that move, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leaves the braking late and aggressive move up the inside, but Carolyn Powey's edged into the front. And that might be a little bit disconcerting for those behind him because he's been so quick. Kip, he was, gosh, he was 9/10 quicker than anybody else in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, we really need to look out now for Kazma, who's further adrift than I thought he'd be at this stage. There he is, right in the middle. P7, green number 27. He's just behind Helmi and just in front of Izam.
Anupab edges into P2. Very aware that he doesn't want Karolidan Paui to go. And Karolidan Paui slams the gate on Anupab Samoon. Very interesting lines through. Kip leads from Anupab, from Wainagrohu, from Tanat, from Helmi Asman. Good work from Helmi on bike number 32 to get up into P5.
Yeah, he looks really determined. He's had a battle with that bike all weekend.
That's a battle there to hold on to that. Went a little bit wide, lost a place to Herjan. Izam Iqbal's done well to get himself up into P8.
Yeah, what has Kazma got? Well, he's moved up a place into 6.
Karolidan Paui still leading the way. It's a 10-lap race. Great power, a step up from the 250s, the 600s. You can hear it, you can feel it as they go past us on the home straight.
Yeah, the sound that these 600cc 4-cylinder machines make is really tingling.
Tingling at the moment is Karolidan Paui.
Yeah.
Famous name, but not won an ARRC title. Won a Junior Asian Talent Cup back in 2014.
Yeah, Kazma taking it steady. He knows he's got time, and he has had, as I said, really good pace this weekend.
And he was in P6, kind of sticking with him. 98 leads the way. 32 Helmi. Still looks like he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, but 32 hounding. 31 Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand, currently in P4.
Kazma Daniel Mayudin, champion.
Yeah, Herjan on the back of that group. 46 behind Kazma, the green number 27.
Well, good pace from the Yamahas, and this time the initiative is taken by Anupab Samoon, and Anupab is in the lead for the first time. And now Karolidan Paui has got the slipstream to follow. That'll be an interesting one to compete against. Who's got the speed down the straight? Well, it looks like it's Anupab.
Yeah, the Hondas have been remarking on the speed of the Yamahas in the 600 category. And moving his way up into P4 is Helmi Asman.
Yeah, that was counterintuitive because he went, the Honda was quick there. Gosh. Tanat drops down. Kazma still not able to make an impression, but nobody's really been dropped. The front 6 are all pretty much close, within a second of each other. Ooh, little bit congested.
Yeah, and we went a little bit wide there.
That's what I mean, he's struggling a couple of times. It just seems like the bike balance isn't quite right for him.
Yeah, it's getting the front end to turn. But he's staying in front of Tanat Longpliao for now. Kazma remains 6th. But a long way to go, Des.
2:11.198, the fastest lap from Anupab Samoon. 1/10 quicker than Wainagrohu, so the Yamaha's looking pretty quick. Mohammed Helmi Asman posting a 2:11.199. And Helmi, well, you've said that he's had 1 or 2 problems, and he came off this morning, didn't he?
He did.
But he knows this circuit like the back of his hand. And he rides it in Underbone, he rides it in Supersport, he's ridden it in just about every bike imaginable.
Yeah, the fact that he's overcoming the struggles that he's had this weekend says a lot about his character, I think.
2 groups. Kazma Daniel just leading the second group, bike number 27. Herjan Atna is closing in as they come round. Once again, where Kazma goes very, very wide, will lose a little bit of time. It's going to be Karolidan Paui who leads through 3 laps completed. And very little between them, and again Anupab Samoon looked like he had the pace on the straight, and look at that, Helmi comes on the inside of Wainagrohu.
Yeah, Wai's been looking really good. He's been in a solid third place right the way through until now. That's Helmi coming through, fighting his way through. Oh, and we've got, what's the number there?
That's Kitsada.
There's the number 18. Kitsada Tanachot is out.
He'd been struggling. It means his Ikmal's got a chance just to get ahead of him. But Kitsada dropping out. Fairozi didn't make the start.
Yeah, and Helmi really finding his pace here. He's challenging Anupab for P2 now.
Fingernail biting stuff for Karel Dumpawi's pit crew. Zul, bottom left, as I've been waiting for Karel Dumpawi to really come good. Occasionally he gets there. Tail end of last season, it was looking good. This is a competitive field he's in, though. Anupab, we know all about Anupab.
Yeah, he come good late in the race too, Anupab. He doesn't mind riding when the tyres go off. He just wrings the neck of his bike to get the quick performance out on worn tyres, so he's going to be good late in the race. Just on balance, I think that Kip looks in control. Good cool head on him, and look, here comes Helmi. This is impressive from him. Ooh, Kazma, an error from him. That's cost him.
That's cost him a lot. It's cost Herjan Atna. I was going to ask you about Herjan. Herjan's just been happily just keeping a second or so behind the whole group, a second and a half off the pace. He's not out of it, Herjan. But look at that, Helmi. Helmi goes through into the lead.
Well, that's against the odds. So let's see if he can convert that. He's gone ahead of Anupab. That must have been a mistake from Karel Dumpawi, I would guess. It's allowed those two through. Let's see. He's got lots of time to come back. But Helmi has been climbing his way through ever since the lights went out.
We're not even halfway through the race. Anupab Salmon with the fastest lap of the race so far. Anyone down to, even McKinley Kalpaz at 1.8 seconds down, isn't completely out of a podium place. You'd imagine these front four would be the ones who will contest it. But just being dropped there is Wayunagrohu. Now, what is Kazma? Kazma made that big mistake. Has been able to come back? The answer is no. Wayunagrohu for Herjan Atna's pulled away. Herjan's put in some good split times. A 27.4 was the fastest in, a 27.2 from Tanat Longplow, fastest in Sector 1.
Kazma trying to make his way back up, but he's got really good quality competition he's got to get through.
Well, there's a lot of competition. McKinley Kalpaz has got ahead of him on that Yamaha. Good to see Kalpaz for the Philippines showing up. Tanat Longplow has gone backwards, but the Yamahas of the defending champion, McKinley Kalpaz, can they work together to maybe get closer to the front 4 or 5? Certainly to get closer to Herjan Atna.
Yeah, on track or in practice, it's the first time that Kyle has gotten ahead of his teammate Kazma.
Helmi holds a nice tight line, gets a nice drive out. I've been to this circuit hundreds of times. I still don't know what the best line is out of that hairpin.
No, consensus is the inside line, isn't it? But sometimes people surprise you.
Yeah, so often you've seen it not work. In the meantime, he's looking confident. I still think he's struggling with control. That bike looks like it's getting away from him. He's having to lean that little bit extra.
There's a lot of effort going into this by Helmi. He has been training hard in the off-season. So Helmi just, I'm sorry, not Helmi, Karel Dumpawi dropping back a little bit.
going back to that comparison between Helmi, see how much Helmi is working. Anupab looks like he's smooth as silk, leaned into the corner. Helmi looks like he's dragging and pulling, physically demanding.
Yeah, this is definitely a big workout for Helmi Asman. It's the start of the season though, and he's fit.
Midway point, Herjan Atner, bike 46, posted the fastest lap time, has got himself onto the end of this train.
Yeah, you literally took the words out of my mouth then, Des. This is Herjan coming through now. The fastest lap of the race. Out of the 3 leaders, Helmi is the quickest.
Herjan had an acclimatization year last year. He had 1 win at Mandalika, but generally wasn't able to really get close to the podium places. But here he's certainly put himself in the mix with half of this race, just under half of this race still to go. Behind them, McKinley Kalpaz is holding off the challenge of Tanat and Kazma. And Fadila Arbi is finding the step up to 600s a little bit tough, but he's holding on to P9 is Fadila.
Yeah, Fadila will get there.
There's Herjan.
And Herjan is getting there. It was his rookie season last time.
With 4 laps to go, Helmi Asman has a 0.4 of a second lead from Anupab. You're quite right, Karadan Pawi Kip has dropped back a little bit and is under pressure. But Herjan, he's just kept close. And now he's in touch.
Yeah, he's in touch. He has got Wayu Nugroho definitely in his sights. And I just fancy as his pace is increasing in the later stage of the race, he is going to get through. He's going to have to work hard to get himself onto the podium. He's going to have to get through Kip to do that.
Away from the pictures, I can tell you Dimaseki Pratama has just gone through in P11. Well, he went through about 10 seconds ago. Herjan Atner is there. Now then, what can we see from Karadan Pawi? Herjan. A look over the shoulder from Helmi, who still looks like he's working hard, but his lap times are quick. He's just posted the fastest of the race, the first inside 2:11.
Yeah, this for me, this is really impressive from Helmi, regardless of what happens in the next 3 laps or so. And Anupab unshakable just behind him.
And Kip is wondering, I think, what's going on behind him, and might be a little bit concerned that it's a 5/10 of a second gap between him and Anupab Sarmoon.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you just see the riders in front of you getting away a little bit and you can't quite match the pace. You have to find something, and it's not close enough for a slipstream. The braking, he might be able to make something up, but the riders in front of him are so good. It's a huge ask. It would really take a mistake.
A little bit of a wobble there as Kip was forced wide, no chance to make up, and a little bit of tyre degradation will go on. Not that it really comes into play. But still, Helmi Asman, as Anupab's posted at the fastest time, but only 700ths quicker than Helmi. Well, we didn't predict this beforehand. We didn't predict Helmi getting to the front. Maybe we hoped.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it, that the lap times are getting faster now at these later stages of the race.
4 riders inside now, 2:11. Herjan Atner, 2:11 dead.
Who's going
Asma unable to make any real headway.
Yeah, it's so surprising. He looked almost imperious yesterday in practice. And today he's struggling.
Howie looks down. So quick he was in qualifying, so the setup is right. The setup from the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia is definitely right, because Helmi's showing that. Second group, Tanat is through. And Fadila Arbi has got close to the second group. this will be encouraging for him.
Yeah, for the rider at the front of that group, Tanat Longpliao. He had better expectations of that for himself, as did Kazma. So you've got some real quality in that second group.
We'll just focus us on this for a while. And Fadila Arbi, the 250 champion, stepping up to 600s. He's got Kazma in front of him, and McKinley Kalpaz. I tell you what, if McKinley Kalpaz finishes ahead of Kazma, he'll be thrilled to bits. This is back to the front, where Anupab had a little glimpse down the inside, decided discretion the better part of valor. Actually had to put on the brakes, and it's Helmi Asman who's extended his lead at the end there to 0.8 of a second with 2 laps to go.
Impressive stuff from Helmi. The lap time's just starting to come off now, as you would expect. Flames out the back. Well, I do think the regulation should make unburnt fuel in the exhaust system compulsory, because it looks so good.
Not unless you're right on the tail there.
Yeah, have a good light.
Kip has closed in on the back of Anupab Samu. And to be fair, they both...
Oh, and down he goes.
Powie goes down.
Oh, Paladin Powie, he just pushed too hard, and the front went away from him. Oh, he looked like we were going to see the old Kip again, and it's just slipped away from him, literally.
Well, the picture tells a thousand tales.
So mixed feelings in the Idemitsu Honda garage. There he is in P3 right now. Leans it over, and the front just tucks, and away he goes. Oof.
What happened?
Yeah, well, if you don't know what happened, it's a problem.
Well, that's the end of his race. This will be a 0 points for Caroline Powie, and it means up at the front that Helmi Asman holds the hopes for Idemitsu Honda, and Anupab Samun can focus just on the man in front of him. He doesn't have to worry about what's going on behind him.
Yeah, Wayne Agroho's persistence in P3 looks like it's going to turn into a podium for him.
No, it's not. Hershen's right close. Hershen's right close. With a lap and a half to go, Hershen is right on his tail, Barry.
He is. Let's see what he can do. He did get close just now, then he dropped back, but we're getting to the business end of the race now. We're about to complete the penultimate lap.
Janatna looked through into P3 there. Helmi once again, the perfect line through the U-turn.
Why you got out of shape going into turn 15 as well. So yeah, sure enough, Hergen is through to P3.
Tanat Longplow is holding on to P5 ahead of Kalpaz and Kazma Daniel. There is the burn once again. So this is for gold. The two teams, you can see them inset, bottom left. Yamaha looking nervous, but not as nervous, it must be said, as Zul, because he's just seeing Caroline Powie drop out. If Helmi Asman can hold on, though, this will be the story of the day so far.
It certainly would. Anupab maintained the station all the way through the race. Has he got something in the locker?
Well, there was 0.8 of a second the gap at the end of the penultimate lap. It was 0.2, 0.3. There's the Anupab last 9 laps. Well, dropping off the pace just a little bit the last 2.
Yeah, he's keeping himself in range. Oh.
Is that a look over the shoulder from Helmi?
I think he wants to.
He's just got to focus on what's going on. Focus. He's got the line. He's got the racing line. He's in control. Behind them in P3 is Hershen Atner. This is looking good for Astra Honda for a podium ahead of Waina Grohu. And Kalpaz is ahead of Arbi, who's ahead of Kazma.
Yeah, he's just stretching his lead a bit, isn't he, Helmi? This is a clever race from the Malaysian.
It is really against the form book as well. And the confidence levels, and when he went down today, you worried for Helmi Asman, but he's got a big enough lead coming down the penultimate straight. Just get the line right, coming into the final corner. He goes narrow, I think Anupab looks for a slingshot around the outside, but Helmi is able to hold on, and Helmi Asman, this is a fantastic win for Idemitsu Honda Racing. Helmi Asman, he nods in appreciation. It's a win for Helmi.
Yeah, he's got plenty of wins under his belt, Helmi. I think this is the best win that he's had, because he's had to fight against, well, fight against his bike, and he's smashed the screen in joy. That is a fantastic performance. So, rider of the day, perhaps, certainly from my point of view, rider of the day, Helmi Asman. He's overcome a lot. He had to fight that bike all the way through the weekend. And he came up from P5 to take the win. So such a clever, such a tenacious performance by Helmi. Massive congratulations to him.
Even better, came up from P7 in qualification. Fantastic. Behind them, Fadila Arbi on debut. He timed a run to finish in P6 ahead of Kazma Daniel and Tanat Longpliao, and also Izam. But yes, the wheelie, that's a justifiable celebration for Helmi. Now he's letting it go. Gosh, you can sense the emotion from Helmi.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Now you can see what Mohamed Helmi Asman is made of. Tough stuff. Well, there are the results.
The winner by 0.3 of a second from Anupab Samu, but it was actually more convincing than that. Herjan Atna edging out Waino Grohu. Herjan on the Astra Honda. P3 for him, Waino Grohu in 4th. McKinley Kalpaz wins that Yamaha battle over Kazma Daniel, with Fadila Arbi on debut at 600s for Astra Honda Racing, making it a P3 and a P6 for that team. Kazma, defending champion, 6.7 seconds down. Tanat Longpliao losing that 4-man race by coming in 8th. Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing Team, 32 seconds down ahead of Dimaseki for MS Glow for Men. So the privateer battle goes the way of Izam in P9, Dimaseki in P10. Karl Idampawi 2 laps down. He crashed out when in looking good for at least a podium, maybe a win. Zhao Tian Hao for Victor Racing. Kitsada didn't finish, and Firozi didn't start.
Very unlucky for Firozi, didn't show up in qualifying either. So problems for the Indonesian. Karol Idampawi, he broke the qualifying record this morning, looked so good, but he was overcome by his teammate and eventually crashed out with all his efforts to get back up.
Was he chasing too hard? It didn't.
At that point,
yeah.
He took a slightly wider line, hoping to get some exit speed, but it didn't work out. He couldn't hold the front. Wow. Some great racing to start off the 2026 season. That rider, number 46, Herjan Atner, is going to be delighted, and Helmi is still out on track celebrating.
It's a brilliant win. I've watched Helmi for a long, long time, and he's always competitive, but it just seemed as though his confidence was low. And the crash this morning, on a 7th place start, everything going against him. And even you're Mr. Positive for Helmi. Even you were maybe talking him down a little bit, and I love it when riders prove us wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I mean, that qualifying performance this morning, it wasn't anything by his standards, but it was good, bearing in mind how he was having to fight the bike. So to come back and take such a well-judged win under such pressure from Anupab, just really impressive. It's definitely the best race that I've seen Helmi do in 600s.
Because Anupab is relentless in the pressure that he puts on you. And we mentioned earlier how it seemed as though Helmi was having to work, and Anupab looks so much smoother. And all of these obstacles he's overcome. Brilliant work, brilliant work.
Yeah, couldn't be happier for Helmi.
All right, let's go down where Daniel is in danger of getting a kiss, I feel, from Helmi. If the camera's in danger, I think Daniel might be as well. Let's hear some post-race reaction from Daniel Bogas.
So apart from me, and in P3 we have none other than Herju Anna Firdaus from Astro Honda Racing. He's gonna wait for Herju to take the photos real quick. And now we're gonna pull Herjun in for a quick word. So Herjun, it was quite a difficult race, different conditions from yesterday completely, but it was in the end I finished on the podium. So what did you find this weekend? Because in qualifying it was not bad from you guys.
Yeah, actually this race I'm very struggle with the rear grip, but I just don't give up, maintain my pace. So if the front rider in the top group is slowing down because the tire was finished, and then I can catch, and then some incident with Helmi in the turn 1. I was very scared I lose my race. Then alhamdulillah I can stand here. Thank you my family. Halo mama, papa di rumah. Hey! Podium gak di Indonesia tok le.
Thank you, Herjun. Congratulations. And in P2 for Yamaha Racing Thailand is Anupap Sarmoon. Anupap finally getting a better qualifying this time. So Anupap, first of all, congratulations. Better qualifying than the last time you came here in 2025. And in the end, a nice P2 finish, nearly fighting for the victory. Tell us what happened in that race. Did you lose grip at the end?
Yes, I have a little bit loose grip from the rear because we tried a new setting, more harder spring. I think overload on the tire. Tomorrow we will change new setting and fight again. Today very good fight, very fun. Thank you for Yamaha Thailand Racing team and all sponsors for support me. Thank you, my home, my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupap. Congratulations. And race winner here in round 1, in race 1 in Sepang, Helmi Azman. Helmi. Yeah. It was a struggle for you on Friday, and even in qualifying, it looked like you were struggling to find the time. But in the race, completely different story. What's different in this race for you?
Yes, not from Friday I have a struggle. From test day also I have a lot of struggle with my bike. Because this year, as you know, my bike is a new issue. So I need to, from new, to check back and cannot use the last time data. So for today qualifying, my bike have no power because has something happened in my ECU. And yes, for the race, of course, we try to improve for this. And alhamdulillah, I get it. Then, yes, I want to say thank you so much to Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Hard work for this weekend. Especially this morning, I crashed in the beginning of the qualifying. So make me demotivated a little bit. But it's okay. I try to focus, try to keep calm. And yes, finally, I get this position. That is my dream when I come here. Thank you also to all my sponsors. And please pray for my mechanic, chief mechanic, Fami, because he not with me for this weekend. I will miss him, and I hope for the next round he recover a lot. Thank you also to all the supporters, and thank you also for my family to come. And yeah, thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Congratulations.
First race of the Supersport 600cc season, the defending champion Kazma Daniel. We expected him to be challenging. It wouldn't prove to be that way. The bike number 27 would find himself a long way adrift in P7 at the end. The battle would turn out to be a really good one between bike number 32, Helmi Azman, who started in P7, is out of the shot there, but just beginning to make his way forward. And number 500, Anupap Sarmoon, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Anupap made a good start and really stayed there. Wayne Agroho, starting from third place, maintained that third place for a long time, and of course would eventually hold it at the end.
That's the start, and the Kitsada goes out. Khalid Pawi, bike number 98, fast, looked good, looked in control, was competitive, and he and Anupar for a long time were really working hard, but there would again be frustration for Khalid Pawi in the Idemitsu Honda team.
Yeah, frustration for him. And frustration for Kazma as well, who went wide. There was something definitely amiss with that bike. And there goes Karol Idampawi, trying to improve on that P3 as we got into the later stages of the race.
Lovely drone shot shows a nice line from Helmi Asman, who just grew in confidence once he got himself into a position where he could compete, could challenge, and then drove a lovely, lovely, smooth race. His last lap at 2:11.398 was able to keep Anupab Samoon at a distance. Anupab looks at a completely different line, but Helmi's been around this hairpin far, far too often, and we know that he's just going to skate away, and this is a brilliant win. He won here last year, but this, I think, Barry Russell, as you said in commentary, arguably a much better win.
Yeah, I really think so, and it was good work behind by Herjan Atner in his second season to overcome Wayne Agroho, who rode a really strong race, overpowered at the end by Herjan. You could see how happy he was in Parc Fermé, couldn't you?
Absolutely, he was thrilled to bits. Again, it's the old geezers. Well, he's not quite an old geezer, but it's the veterans, the experienced guys who are really proving their mettle. Herjan Atner, good P3, nice persistent ride from Herjan. In P2, Anupab, of course, is always going to be competitive. He looked a little bit glum-faced, it must be said, in his post-race interview, because he's finished second to somebody who's not glum-faced. Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Yeah, that's the big Helmi grin that we like to see.
For the first time, we'll have Nagaraku played over the air. Nice overhead shot of the podium here at the Sepang International Circuit. Dato Muhammad Riza Ghazi, FIM Asia Deputy President, been busy on ceremony duties today. FIM obviously supporters, thanks to all the main sponsors who are all shown in the backdrop of this podium. Anupab does not look like a happy chappy, Barry Russell.
No, but this is the first race of the year. It's a P2, 20 points, but nobody was going to take this away from Helmi today.
Team award handed out by Kentaro Kobayashi from Dunlop, Sumitomo Rubber Industries. Big supporters for the 31st year. Well, 30th year, actually. We had a truncated one COVID season and then a completely dead COVID season. Dunlop have been with ARRC all the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause.
He wants to get aboard. Zol wants to get aboard alongside Helmi.
Yeah, the knees are still good.
Great way to start the season. Knows where the camera is, knew where the finish line was. Has hit both perfectly.
Yeah, delighted for Helmi and for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Round 1 of 12, or race 1 of 12.
early championship leader, Helmi Asman. Always looks nice. Anupab Samu, second in the championship last year, second in the championship this year. Herjan Atna, good points for him. Waina Grohu, as always, competitive. Kyle Paz will be delighted to pick up 11 points. Fadila Arbi on debut, picking up 10. Kazma Daniel on 9. He'll be expecting and hoping for better tomorrow, as I think will Tanat Leongplao, who went backwards and came fourth in a four-way battle for P5. Down onto P9 is Ikmal, the local in the privateer Victor Racing Team. Dimaseki Pratama, good to see him back, good to see MS Slow for Men, putting athletes in both 250 and 600cc. Kitsada crashed out, Fairozi couldn't start, Zhao and Carlton Powie both crashed out. I'm sure Carlton Powie will be doubly determined tomorrow. Okay, that's the Supersport 600cc. Next, we've got the big boys, the defending champion, Hafiz Sharin of JDT Racing. He defends his title in the ASB 1000cc. I promise you, we've got so many good storylines to tell you and some high-powered action coming up. You're watching the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from Sepang. The Superbikes are coming up next.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
The Petronas Sepang International Circuit is the venue for the first round, and this is the first race of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We keep on putting that drone shot up to suggest that there might be some rain. There are clouds, but so far no rain to disturb the entertainment as we come to the final round of the day. And arguably, Barry Russell, the highlight, the ASBK Superbikes, where Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati for JDT Racing, he wins, he defends his title, and he's got a friend alongside him. What a decision it was to get Andy Farid Izdihar to join the JDT Racing Team.
It was just so brilliantly judged for everybody concerned. It's just a match made in heaven, in my opinion. The JDT team have done so much work in 2 seasons with one single rider, although a very high caliber one, to get that bike into shape, get the setup right. And then in comes Andy Farid Izdihar, one of the best quality riders in this series.
Okay, let's just give you a graphic illustration of who all the riders are going to be that we've got, and I promise you, it is high quality. We've assembled them from far and wide, from Adam Noradin, who based himself here at Sepang. We've got Australians, we've got Japanese, we've got Brits, we've got Indonesians, we've got a little bit of magic from everywhere, Barry Russell. And they put themselves to the test in practice over the last few days and in qualifying earlier on today. That was exhilarating and quick.
This was one of the most entertaining practice sessions I've ever seen. In fact, more entertaining than a lot of races I've seen. But the number 55 there, he had his name already on the Dunlop Sportmax Award of 1 million yen by virtue of the fact that he went faster than that on qualifying tyres in testing a few days ago in the official test. So we knew he was capable of it if all other things were equal. But what we didn't expect was the extent of the challenges that he was going to encounter from this rider, number 21, Zakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, and from the rider we just glimpsed there, the number 39, Keita Abe for SDG Hark Pro. Andy Fridis de Haar has made a fantastic transition, a rapid transition from Honda to Ducati. The rider struggling this weekend is this one, number 41, Nakarina Tirapuvapat. Not being as strong as we expect. But Keita Abe had a really good go at this 1 million yen Dunlop Sportmax Award. That was a crash out there for number 62 of Dr. Mike, Chan Chin Rong. 12 minutes remaining. This was the first of 2 outings on qualifying tyres for Keita Abe. Each rider was allowed 2 qualifying tyres for this session, and it really spiced things up. Azroy Hakim Anwar, who struggled all weekend, he got a tow at this later stage from Zakwan Zaidi, who was provisionally second at this stage in qualifying. There is Zakwan, the number 21. Kept putting in sector after sector on qualifying tyres, looked as though he might pick Hafiz's pocket, but not quite. He was a few hundredths adrift. Andy Farid continued his progress on the JDT Ducati. Makarin continued to struggle even on the qualifying tyre, and Keita Abe ran into some misfortune as he chased and at one stage was looking faster. He had an advantage over Hafiz Sharin, but got held up. And he wasn't able to pick Hafiz's pocket either, so the big prize went to Hafiz Sharin, who starts from pole position.
He certainly does. He set his lap early Arbe was close, Zakwan was close, Andy Farid looked particularly impressive on the Ducati. I mean, he's had 12 years riding Honda, so I'm assuming that he's had 1 or 2 adjustments to have to make over the last short time since he moved on to the Ducati.
Yeah, and that's where it all happened on this endlessly challenging Sepang International Circuit. So many challenges, you've got to be precise, you've got to be brave, and your machine has to be absolutely in tip-top shape.
We'll get some pre-thoughts from Daniel Bogas in just a moment, but Nakarena Tirapuvapet, frustrating time for him so far. Runner-up last year, only lost on the last race of the season.
Yeah, and there he is, the number 41, and he's been off the pace all weekend. So has he found something between qualifying and the race? We know what a strong racer he is, so we will soon find out. That familiar number 27 of Andy Farid is Dihar. Now in those resplendent JDT colours, joining Hafiz Shirin. He qualified 6th in the end, but his race pace is good, and we know how good Andy Farid is later in the race. And we got an extra lap on the race length this time. That could make a difference, because I'm sure we've said in the past, if there was 1 more lap. Let's see how this pans out.
Azrael Hakim Anwar also had a decent lap time. Rocco Sessler, the young German, is in the thousands. Anthony West, we welcome him back as well as the Aprilia of Kazuka Watanabe. There are 15 riders starting, including Adananta Putra, who has stepped up from 600s into the 1000s.
Yeah, it's been an impressive weekend. He's had good pace all the way through, Adananta Putra. And coming last, the first shall be last in this case, coming to his pole position, being pushed in as required by the regulations, is Hafiz Shirin Abdullah, who dominated pre-season testing, dominated practice, and not quite dominated, but won the immense battle in qualifying. We're going to go to Daniel. Let's see who he's going to talk to.
The storm is about to begin, and it might not just be about the ASB 1000s. The dark clouds have arrived at Sepang, and it's looking really windy now. So we don't know if we'll have a full dry race. For now, we're happy with the dry tarmac, and I'm sure the riders are too. Let's have a quick word with Kito Abe first. Hafiz has just arrived at his grid spot, so we're going to have a quick chat with Kito, then Hafiz. Kito has gone that way, so I'm going to drag you guys around the JDT racing team Ducati before we get to Hafiz. So Kito's at the side getting some shade. So let's have a quick chat with Kito. So Kito, the qualifying lap, there were twice where we thought you might just do it, but so unlucky. But anyways, it looked like you guys improved a lot in qualifying. What was different this morning compared to yesterday?
Yes, so yeah, in the qualifying, so I tried to push, but front of me and other rider, and I cannot get a good time. Then this year change for the everything. So like front suspension, like changing the new compound on the front tire. So I think feeling better. And yes, so I tried to adjust on the yesterday night and that meeting for my team. Then feeling is not very good, but not so bad. Yeah, I try to push. Yes, full gas, yes.
Thank you, Kito. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to have a chat with Hafiz Sharon, who's also got the same idea as Kito to get some shade on the side. We're going to try to grab a quick word with Hafiz. So, Hafiz, it's been a pretty good weekend so far, smashing the lap record. How's it feeling going into this race with the setup that you have now?
Well, we are very strong during the test until now, but at the moment I just keep low key because the race still have 14 laps to go. So yeah, we have to fight, and we cannot have a doubt to our opponents. But I'm ready to fight for this race and try to bring the podium to the team.
So the weather is very different compared to what we've had all weekend so far. Do you think this is going to help you with a bit of tire conservation?
We will see. Difficult to say. Anything can happen, but looks like we have a very strong pace yesterday during the session, and even with the used tire. So that makes me a bit more calm and no worry about the bike so much. You know?
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to make our way down to row 6, I believe it is, with Anthony West. So we're just going to make our way through. We got Andy Farid, who will be starting from P4 on the first race for him on the Ducati V4 of the JDT Racing Team. Next to him, we have Adananta Putra, who's been a superstar in his rookie season itself. Nakarin has struggled this weekend. It's very strange to see Nakarin not being able to find the pace, and there's going to be a lot of question marks on whether he can find something for this race. A little bit further back, we have, of course, the Suzuki of Adam Norden. They did find some improvements compared to the last time that we were here, but it still wasn't quite enough yet. Joe Francis, number 40, he starts from the last row in the grid. And of course, we have Kazuki Watanabe. What a legend to have on the grid with the Aprilia. We'll try to grab a word with him tomorrow about how he's feeling on that RSV 1100. And we're going to have a chat with a very familiar face and a legend of the sport, Anthony West. So, Anthony, and qualifying, it looked quite decent, dropped down quite a bit. But how's the pace looking like for the race coming up?
Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. The bike is pretty much at the best it can be. I think we've squeezed everything we can out of for this weekend. We'll come back. Got a few ideas for the next race to try for the next round, but right now this is, I think, the best Yamaha can do, or this bike. But yeah, the team have been working hard. It's good to be back racing with Patrick and now here in Asia, because I raced with him in Australia Championship. So yeah, I think we just have to try and see if we can beat a couple of these guys next to me, but we just don't have the pace. I'm losing probably like a second each straight, feels like. So yeah, we'll see who's next to me and if I can race someone, and that'll be a good day.
Are you hoping for a bit of rain just to try and balance performances out?
Oh yeah, rain would be great right now.
Thanks so much, Anthony West. Back to you, Des and Barry.
He may have his wish come true. That rain, these clouds are closing in. They've been threatening. 14 laps. It's an extra lap that might come into play, Barry Russell. I know you're not the hugest fan when the rain comes into play, but let's go through the rest of the grid. And Zakwan Zaidi, who will be on 3rd place in the grid. There were 4 racers inside 2:05.
Yeah, Zakwan's pace has been good all the way through the test and practice and qualifying. He was so close to picking Hafiz's pocket for that 1 million yen. So Hafiz can mount a really good challenge, if anybody can, to Hafiz Sharin.
Former 600 champion, of course. He's been on the ARRC over a decade. Well, the umbrellas are still up, so the riders were taking a little bit of respite from the heat. Now then, this is the story. Andy Farid is the heart. So unusual to see him in the JDT colours. Regular competitor on the championship, and it's just how he adjusts to the Ducati.
Seems like he's doing it quickly. His pace was really good. His qualifying performance less so, but he's got really good pace. And Adananta Putra, what a debut he's making. Adananta starting 5th, but his pace this weekend has been excellent. And the young Australian here, Lachlan Epis for Swift Grow Racing, he's been really good too.
This is 3rd season on the ARRC, and he seems to get better time after time after time.
Yeah, got a few problems with electronics that are slowing him down on corner exit, but let's see what he can do in the race. Nakarin, what can he do in the race? We know what a strong competitor he is, but he hasn't had the best weekend so far.
We've already had one great local story, Ajroy Hakim Anwar. It'll be a real surprise if he's able to get into the mix. But his lap time's 2:05.283, within a second of Hafiz, but you suspect a podium's as good as he can get. And then young Rocco Sessler, the young German.
Impressive, really impressive pace from Rocco Sessler this weekend. Just 17 years old,
as always, the tyre selection. We get a little bit of a preview from Dunlop about what they have, and you have the piece of paper, and the winner is?
And the winner is hard front, medium rear, which almost all the main contenders are running, except for Azroy, who's decided to try a medium front alongside his medium rear. Everybody else on the first 3 rows is going hard medium. In fact, the first 4 rows.
Then we have Joe Francis, all the way over from the northwest of England for Victor Racing Team. This too is his 3rd season in the ARRC. And a bit like what we heard from Ant West, it'll be a difficult time for, certainly they won't be competing at the front, but they'll have their own little mid-race battles. Fahmi Abdul Wahab, a local for the Savitar team. He's qualified through.
Yeah, they have been swapping positions, Westy and Joe Francis.
Savitar with 2 entrants. We just saw Fahmi Abdul, and this is Chan Chingrong, who had a time of 2:13.256. Joe didn't start this morning, didn't put a bike onto the track, and I don't see him out there at the moment.
Yeah. So the grid just clearing after the 3-minute klaxon going off. Now that must be the 5-minute.
Extended grid this season. Reintroducing the likes of Ant West, seeing the youngsters like Rocco Sessler, obviously favourites like Azroy Hakim and Zakwan, Watanabe on the Aprilia. Good to get the variety, of course. Andy Farid, his move to JDT Racing. And Chip Nakarin. We know Nakarin, it's a long season. However downcast you may be at a poor test before the first race of the season, it's a long time until December when you've got 12 races, 6 rounds to try to get things right. The important thing is to accumulate points when things aren't going your way, Barry.
Yeah, it is indeed. And that will be on the mind of Azroy, for sure. And looking at this race, the pace of the 3 riders on the front row is phenomenal. The potential to come through for Andy Farid and Adinanta Putra from row 2 and Lachlan Epis is not to be counted out.
Do you think Hafiz and Andy Farid are on whoever wins, or are there 1 or 2 team orders there? Is there a pecking order in that team?
I don't think there is a pecking order. If there was, it would have to be Hafiz after putting in all the heavy lifting over 2 seasons. But Andy Farid, what a quality rider he is.
Well, that was my point in asking, because Andy Farid, he won't come to be number 2.
No.
Of course he won't.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, formation lap is underway. And even that's pretty growly and pretty noisy. Joe Francis is the last as we have a look through the starters. On the Ducati, the defending champion Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, equally fast. Kito Abe, 3rd last year on the Honda for SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines. And Zakwan Zaidi on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Write him off at your peril.
And as we were just discussing, Andy Farid is the Haas, starts 4th, the number 27 for JDT Racing. New number for Adinanta Putra. He running 88 for Astra Honda, and Lachlan Epis for Swift Grow Racing Team. New title sponsor for Lachlan. He starts 6th.
And appropriate name as well. He was Swift in qualifying. He was Swift in practice. It's looking pretty good. We move on to the 3rd row of the grid, where the man who was beaten only on the last day of the season, Chip Nakarin. Nakarin Atirapuvapat from Honda Racing Thailand is in P7. Azroy Hakim Ammar from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He's in P8. Rocco Sessler, the teenager from Germany, getting as much experience as he can amongst the big bikes. He's in P9 on row 3.
And the popular Adam Norridin runs once again the Suzuki for AMI Suzuki Motorsport. Kazuki Watanabe comes in for Team Totaro on the Aprilia, and there was a respectful nod given to Kazuki from Ant West in that grid interview. He starts 12th.
Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team is on the Yamaha on P13 alongside Fahmi Abdul Wahab and Chan Ching Rong. As expected, Chiu Yu Zhou, who was a DNS in qualifying this morning, has not put his BMW onto the grid, and so we have got 15 starters. I think we might have 3 races, maybe 4 races within this, and I'm interested to see the West Francis Watanabe battle.
Yeah, that's a good one to call. Be also really interesting to see how Rocco Sessler does over race distance. Huge challenge for him.
14 laps. May not seem significant, but it's another 8%, 7%, which means the tyre degradation could come into play, and the rain, if it comes, could come into play. It's not come so far, but the clouds remain hovering overhead and the humidity is high, and there is that possibility.
Yeah, Zakwan Zaidi tests the front brake. Behind him, the number 83 in the Swift Grow colours. Lachlan Epis moves into P6 behind him on the grid. Andy Gilang, number 27, moves into P4. There is our pole man, and a million yen richer as of this morning, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah. Kito Abe, who nearly picked his pocket, lines up alongside him.
15 on the grid. ASB 1000cc season is underway, and what a move on the inside. As that Lachlan Epis has made a phenomenal start, and he's overtaken everybody. Hafiz Sharin holds on, but what a move that was from Lachlan Epis.
Fantastic start from P6 on the grid, now in P2, and the rider with his sights on the leading Ducati of Hafiz Shirin. What can Hafiz do in these early stages? Surely his plan is to escape, put some distance, put a safety margin between him and the others.
And I think having Epis in there might help Hafiz Sharin. He had so many difficulties last year, so many races where he thought he was going to blow the opposition apart and something would happen. He was blocked or he took taken out, took the title in the end. Behind them, Adnan Chaputra has made a decent start, and Andy Farid is the heart. Where's Andy Farid? P5?
Yeah, I think he's in P5. Nakarin has made a good start after a bit of a struggle weekend. He's up into 4th.
Kito Abe is the real loser of all of that. P2 he was on the grid. He's down in P6 is the Japanese.
Hafiz got a few bike lengths between him and Lachlan. Good work from Lachlan. He's got Zakwan sizing him up behind, but Lachlan's pace is good at this stage.
You do think that he might be holding up people behind him, because Hafiz Sharin ahead of him has been able to pull out quite a few bike lengths. This is a really strong opening lap of 14 for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JBT Racing. And they reckon on the straights, that's where the real grunt power of this Ducati shows.
Yeah, Kito Abe and Zakwan in particular are going to be desperate to get Hafiz Sharin in their sights before he clears off too far at the front.
Oh, it's a heck of a lead. The advantage at the end of lap 1, 1.2 seconds. Zakwan in P3 and Nakarin and Abe are desperately trying to make up some ground. Also, Azroy Hakim Anwar, it's not been great for Andy Farid. He's going to have to come from a long way back, is Farid, because he's in P9 at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, perhaps getting used to the launch technique for the Ducati Panigale. But perfect so far for his teammate. There goes Zakwan Zaidi inside of Lachlan Epis.
Well, they need to make a move, and that's what he's done there. Lachlan is doing his best just to block him off.
Yeah, he's going to have to fight for it, that's for sure. The combative Australian currently in P2.
He's on the BMW. There's a bit of power there. We have had BMW champion not so long ago, and there's plenty of power on the BM as well. And he's holding them off, but also holding them up at the same time, I would reckon, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and Quito and Zakwan both get through. Lachlan's not done yet.
The Hafiz has got a 1.7 second. It's almost like a free gift, 1.7 seconds. As Lachlan has Chip Nakarin and Azroy Hakim also behind him, and Adam Norridin. But what a start, an exhilarating start coming in from Lachlan Epis.
Yeah, let's see how he can hold it during the race. You can see the determination. Some genuine Aussie grit. He has moved to Andorra, but he hasn't gone soft in the process. Lachlan Epis.
Let's see what the procession has. Nakarin in P5, not being able to make the move behind Epis. Neither. So goes through. The lead was 1.2 seconds. It's 2.4 seconds. Hafiz not only has the big lead, has the fastest lap, a full second faster than anybody else at 2:05.6.
Yeah.
I suspect he might be another million rand richer at the end of today.
Well, if I were Hafiz, I would have bet on myself to try and make myself a little bit richer, but look at that gap. We've got two races now, one at the front, which is Hafiz competing with himself, and everybody else.
Again, is Lachlan holding up Nakarin? Is he holding up Azroy? Is Andy Farid able to make any kind of a move? The answer so far for Andy Farid is he's had a poor start and not been able to recover.
Yeah, in terms of pace, I think the positions now are fair. Hafiz untouchable, but then you've got Quito and Zakwan, and then Lachlan, who is earning that spot in P4.
Absolutely. He's not looked under particular pressure from Nakarin Atirapuvapat. The lead has gone up by another 1/10 of a second. Sector 2, Hafiz quick. Hafiz quicker than everybody else through Sector 2. So he's not only just consolidating his lead, he's increasing his lead. Blown them away in these early stages.
Yeah, and in this early stage, just looking at the rookies, Adananta just lost P9 to Andy.
Oh, and over goes Lachlan Epis.
Swift Grow BMW lands on the grass, and Lachlan is winded, but I think otherwise okay.
A nasty tumble.
That's an unfortunate exit for Lachlan.
Well, the stretcher is out.
Yeah, the medic's really quick here, but I think Lachlan's okay, but over the high side he goes. Oh.
Just turning into the hairpin at the end of the long straight. Hafiz, his lead, incidentally, increased by another 4/10 of a second from Arbe Zakwan. Azroy Hakim got the better of Chip Nakarin. Adnan Putra 6 seconds in. We've still got a long way to go. It's a mighty convincing lead, but there is still a chunk of time still to go. And if Arbe and Zakwan can work together, and Azroy and Nakarin can maybe just manipulate a way in which they can get closer to Hafiz with 2 or so laps to go, you never know.
Yeah, in terms of lap times, the gap is about 0.3 of a second. Hafiz is lapping faster. I'm really not sure what Quito and Zakwan can do about that. The important thing is at the moment they're not scrapping.
Zakwan's not close enough to scrap with Kito Abe at the moment. Abe is such a fine competitor. He's at full pace, and he's looking supremely confident. Winning the title last year will have just made him so much more relaxed, you sense. The pressure for JDT was immense last year. Now there's an expectation, not a hope, that they'll win. And the lead is gone up to 3 seconds.
3 seconds in 4 laps.
Further down, Anthony West has got ahead of Kazuki Watanabe and Rocco Sessler. Joe Francis just goes through. 18 seconds adrift.
Yeah, the Yamaha's doing what they can. Rocco in the process of discovering what it's like to be in this ASB 1000 field in a race.
Okay, Andy Farid's beginning to make a little bit of progress. Again, well, very early in the race. We're only 4 laps in. We're not even a third of the way through. There's the Suzuki of Adam Norodin, helped by Adananta. I know you're a big fan of Adananta.
Yeah, Adananta, this has been a good debut for him. His pace has been good, but he really should put himself in front of that Suzuki. Adam Norodin is a great rider, but the Astra Honda is a much quicker machine than the Suzuki.
Bike 88 in 8th for now. Adam Norodin, bike 77 in 7th. There's a certain sequence numbering.
Good pattern recognition, Des.
Yeah. But it's difficult. He's not been able to make any real headway behind them. There is the battle for P7. Andy Farid in front of them is trying to close in on the 2 Hondas. In the meantime, Hafiz continues, I won't say his serene lead, because it's a powerful lead. It's an energetic high lead. Going on the inside, is this the move? Yep.
He should be able to hold this, he really should, because that machine is much quicker. He had the momentum going down into the braking zone. He should be able to hold this lead over Adam Norodin. Adam Norodin, of course, is never going to give up. We're hoping to see that Suzuki in 4 out of 6 rounds this year. And we're also hoping, Suzuki, if you're listening, that you're going to send them some nice new parts.
Norodin will battle and scrap as much as he possibly can. The lead is up to 3.4 seconds. It's growing each lap. Last lap, 2:05.87 from Hafiz was 0.4 quicker than Kito Abe in P2. 27 is Andy Farid. He's beginning to put better lap times. He's just put in a 2:06.2. Now that's a little bit disturbing for everybody else, because that means he'll be catching up on the Hondas of Nakarin and Ajroy Hakim.
Yeah, well, we would expect that from Andy. He's 7 seconds behind, no, almost 8 seconds behind Hafiz. So Hafiz is gone, but he's got a better than even chance of making his way up to P4, I would say. And that would be a good debut.
Yes, still plenty of time as well.
After
making this kind of a procession, a high-speed procession, and a procession with a lot of distance between 1 and 2. He's continuing to lap nicely. He's the first one inside 2:05.
Yeah, his consistency is really, really good.
Another inside the 2:06 mark, 2:05.860. Again, 5/10 quicker. He's up to 3.9 seconds clear.
Yeah, and the best of the rest is his Ducati teammate. 206.055. So the alarm bells will soon be sounding for the riders in front of him.
Abe in isolation in P2.
Azroy, after a difficult weekend, is holding on to P4 pretty well currently. Zakwan doing as much as he can, but he hasn't quite got the pace of the SDG Hawk Pro Honda in front of him, Akito Abe.
There is such a gap between the individual athletes. There's no real racing going on. It's mind over matter. It's just focus on fast lap times, hit your split times, hit your marks. There's no racing to actually do. There's just make sure you're as fast as you possibly can be.
It's the mark of quality when somebody can make doing what Hafiz is currently doing look easy.
Metronomic.
Yeah, that pace in the late 205s, really consistent. And about 0.4 of a second better than everybody else every time around, so the gap now approaching 4 seconds, probably is at 4 seconds right now.
Well, Johor fans will be happy as he comes over the start-finish line. And that lead is, as you suggested, 4 seconds on the dot. Your 200th out, Barry Russell.
Apologies. Quito was... Oh, Hafiz was a little slower that time around. He dipped into the 206s, tut-tut. And he was just a 10th, or less than a 10th quicker than Quito Abe. So Quito not giving up the chase. He's such a determined racer. And he knows there's a long way to go yet.
Yeah, halfway. Zakwan Zaidi, again, will just try to be as metronomic as he possibly can. He's in the high 206s.
Yeah, he knows how to put together a solid season.
Behind him, Mazroy Hakim. It's been a good day for the Idemitsu Honda team.
Yeah, him and Helmi in 600s have really overcome what has been some quite a few problems in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia fleet.
Andy Farid has got the better of Chip Nakarim and has Azroy Hakim in his sights. Well, you said fourth is possible, stroke likely for Andy Farid. Fourth is within his sights, and then you wonder whether or not he's good enough to catch up with Zakwan. 3 seconds he's got to make up in 7 laps.
Well, let's take a look at that. Last time around was 206.2 for Andy, and Zakwan was 206.8.
Half a second a lap, more than half a second a lap.
So it's doable.
Yeah. There's the challenge. Slides around. You know, I was worried that he'd struggle with the Ducati, and particularly that power on the real wheel, but he looks like he's got that right under control. It was just the start that put him in such a bad situation. He went from P4 to P9.
Yeah, that's just an issue with launching that Panigale. But he's doing what we know he does better than anybody in this field, with the possible exception of Anthony West, is coming strong later in the race.
You just mentioned Anthony West. He's in a little battle with the Aprilia of Kazuki Watanabe. Watanabe lead in that particular battle by 0.7 of a second. Yes, we'll focus on Andy Farid. Ducati debut.
Yep.
Was the big news in the ASB 1000 in the pre-season.
Yeah, they kept it a secret for a long time.
Well, there was talk they were going to Europe, and Andy Farid then turned up and he said he doesn't speak Spanish.
Yeah, there's another rumour about him going to China. So
Indeed,
there were all kinds of rumours, but in the end, he popped up in the best possible place you could imagine, really, given the stage that he's in his career, and at the stage of development that JDT are in with the Ducati Panigale, and they've got a new bike coming, probably in the next round.
That'd be great news for the rest of the crew.
Yeah.
But the lead now, 4.4 seconds. It went up again in the last lap. So Arbe have put together a 206.1, but the next one was 206.5.
Yeah, and the fastest rider last time around was, without looking, Des?
I'm assuming Andy.
Yeah, you're right.
206.0 hasn't been able to dip into the 205s. The lead is now a race high 4.8 seconds.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, 205s are probably just beyond the capability of the tyres.
And there hasn't been an awful lot of racing, so tyre degradation won't necessarily come into play. Nobody was brave, so daft enough to go with soft compounds.
No, certainly not. And the hard front medium rear is the official recommendation from Dunlop. This is a good race from Kito Abe.
Yeah, he's held Zakwan up. He's held Zakwan very much at bay. Najee Hakim is having to work double overtime at the moment.
Yes, he is.
There's Abe in P2 for the Hark Pro team. Again, he's been regular 206s, low to mid 206s right the way through, so he's hitting his marks. And this is where practice can be so crucial when you're in this kind of practice qualification zone. Where's the best place on the road to be?
Yeah, really big props to Kito Abe. STG were saying earlier that every time they hit a straight, the Ducati jumps away by half a second.
Lant West was saying he reckons he loses a second on the straight.
On each straight, yeah. And the lap times tell the story. I'm sure that's no exaggeration.
Abe leans into the corner. Sure, he's not given up the possibility of Hafiz having a nightmare. But Hafiz is a full straightaway, can afford a mistake or two. 5 seconds now the lead. And so we focus on the second of the JDT Ducatis, who's into P4 and has Zakwan in his sights.
4 laps to go. Okay, last time around, and he did a 206.3. Yeah, so it's still half a second difference in lap times between Zakwan and Andy. So a double podium for JDT is on the cards right at this moment. And Andy Farid would dearly love that in his debut.
He's working hard, he's closing in on Zakwan. Zakwan's a competitor, but sometimes against raw speed, it's difficult just to respond. This is Andy Farid Izdihar on his Ducati, on his JDT debut. JDT, short for Johor Darul Taksim. The investment come from the south of Malaysia. And it's an Indonesian who is looking for P3, looking for a double podium for JDT, looking to make a real statement on race number 1 of the season.
Well, these are both Asia Road Racing Championship champions from not many years gone by. In the case of Zakwan, he won 2 Super Sports when that was the blue ribboned class, and an ASB title in 2022.
Surely only a matter of time now, though.
Yeah.
For Andy Farid. Leans on the inside, looks for a tighter line. Zakwan will make it as hard as he can. But you do sense that Zakwan is fighting a losing battle here, because the acceleration, the power through this straight as they go through, and Andy Farid is there, eases his way into P3.
Yeah, no surprise there, and that was a quick lap. That was the quickest of anybody out on track currently. And there we are, it's predictable. What a shame.
And impressive.
Yeah. Very impressive on a debut on the Ducati.
Now, Abe, 2.5 seconds in 3 laps. That would be impressive.
Yeah. That's not going to happen unless Abe makes a slip, and Quito has been so consistent.
He has in his own race. It's been a very good race. He'll be aware that Hafi's got off to such a flyer, was a 1.5 clear, 2 seconds clear inside 2 laps, and hasn't looked back. He hasn't made any mistakes since then. Look at the JDT pit crew on the pit wall, bottom left of your screen. They know that the hard work they put in last year and the changes they've made, plus the new bike to come, they are strong favourites for this title.
Yeah, and they haven't done it the easy way. They've really had to work hard to get themselves to this position, and to be in this position at the start of just their 3rd season is really quite an achievement in itself. As well as signing this rider.
Three laps to go. 55. P1 plus 5 seconds. That doesn't mean take it easy. I mean, oh, maybe it is. Settle down.
Well, I'm sure Hafiz will make his own tactical decisions.
He doesn't need to make anything. 5.5 seconds it is now. Abe will just be aware that Andy Farid is closing in. But surely you can't make up that 1.8 seconds in 2 laps.
No, it would take an error from Quito.
0.7 of a second on the last lap. You make this a 15-lap race, and it becomes feasible.
Yes. Yeah, we've said that so many times. If you make it a 20-lap race, then you could really put your money on Andy for the championship.
Abe, in the meantime, he's been very consistent. Whereas his last lap, another 206.8. He's just dipped out the mid 206s into the low 206s. Behind them, Zakwan has been able to keep Azroy Hakim at bay, the Idemitsu Honda. Although, to be fair, the gap is only 0.3 of a second between Azroy and Zakwan. So Azroy might want to take a little bit of glory over his teammate.
Further down the field, we've got Adam Norodin and Rocco Sessler having a little battle between themselves.
And Watanabe and West are still going out the leather with each other.
Yeah, so those guys are having a good time. Further back,
Rami Abdul Wahab has just gone through the start-finish line, as coming round for going into the final lap is Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing.
yeah, the photographers in pit lane gathering around the JDT pit crew. Still 5.37 seconds.
He's very close to lapping Chan Chingrong inside 14 laps.
There's the difference between the top guys and Chan, who are the best of the next level.
Yeah, I mean, they're quick riders, but more of the gentleman racer variety. And yeah, I mean, good luck to them.
Hafiz Sharim, it's almost a lap of honour in the race itself. The lead has been cut to 5.2 seconds. For the first time, Kito Abe has been able to put in a faster lap. Reduced it by 1/10 of a second. Andy Farid has closed within 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds of Kito.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hafiz has eased off just a little. But the fastest rider on track for the last 5 or 6 laps has been his teammate, Andy Farid Izdihar. And a double podium. Well, that would have been a dream at the start of the season.
Yeah, demoralising for the rest of the crews. They've got work to do, not only for tomorrow, but also to get yourselves in position for Buriram. As eases off with almost a wheelie. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Well, his pit crew are happily waiting just to see him make this final turn. It has been faultless from Hafiz. It's been start to finish. There was a brilliant start from Lachlan Epis, but Hafiz held him at bay, and he goes over. First place for the defending champion, Kito Abe in P2, a double podium for JDT Racing. Azroy Hakim indeed gets the better of Zakwan Zaidi, and Chip Nakarin comes through in P6. But that is a magnificent performance, a dominating performance by JDT Racing Team.
Absolutely fantastic. The hard work, the heavy lifting that JDT have done in the past 2 seasons has really paid off. And in the last week, nobody in this category has been able to hold a torch to Hafiz Sharin. They celebrate jointly. It could be that Andy Farid is the more delighted of those 2 riders, actually. He just needs to get the hang of getting that Panigale off the line for tomorrow. Flag of Johor, clutched again by Hafiz. Which flag is Andy gonna fly?
The JDT Racing Team flag.
Ah, okay, yeah, good move.
Yes. Let's get the brand out as well as the state.
Yeah, that's just too perfect. Well, there's a shot for the album.
And the challenge, the gauntlet has been thrown down to Honda, to SDG Harkbro, to Idemitsu Honda, to Astra Honda.
Yeah. And Honda Racing Thailand, who just missed out last season by 3 points to Hafiz.
Finish slowing down Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Just 4 seconds in the end. It was as high as 5.5 seconds. Kito Abe, a consistent race for him in P2 for SDG Harkbro Honda Philippines. Andy Farid Izdihar for JDT Racing he was closing in on Kito Abe. Truly, you give that another couple of laps and he would be challenging. Azroy Hakim Anwar winning the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia battle ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, who was competitive and lost places in the last 2 laps. Nakarin Tirupuvapad from Honda Racing Thailand, 16 seconds off the pace. Adelanto Putra's debut, bike number 88, in 7th place for Astra Honda Racing. Rocco by the power, we must say, of the JDT racing team. So the rain never did materialize. The wind came. No doubt as we make our way home, the rain will start belting down. But
oh dear.
There's the
something has gone wrong. Finally, something didn't go to plan.
There happens to be a spare.
They've got another one, of course they have.
Well, it was a very traumatic, emotional season last year for JDT. This looks almost, well, such a dominant performance in the first race of the season. You do wonder how and if the others can respond.
Yeah. Andy Farid Izdihar, Andy Gilang comes into the pits with P3 in the bag and the flag flying, still flying. So they're going to be especially happy with that, I think. That flag now looks like a weapon in the hands of Hafiz.
It was the only thing that went wrong for Hafiz Sharin today. Right the way from qualifying, fast as you like, yen. And listening to, well, the fans, there aren't as many JDT fans as normal. But certainly his teammates are very much in support. So what can the rest do, Barry Russell?
I think they're asking themselves that question. Even after yesterday, that question was being asked by his main rivals. I heard as I wandered around after free practice yesterday. And they're concerning themselves as well with the new twin swing arm Ducatis coming through. Possibly, probably for Buriram. So let's go to Daniel, who is in Parc Fermé, waiting to speak to our podium finishers.
P3 in the ASV 1000s race, Andy Farid for the first time in the Ducati of the JDT racing team. Andy, I think we all know that you have great relate race pace, and I think that was truly the display of it. You were so fast towards the end. How did you manage the tires all the way at such a low pace?
Yeah, I'm very happy with this podium, this reward for my team, hard work. But I'm really sorry, I also disappointed that I didn't make a good start in the first, and then I have a mistake in the turn one. I overshoot and lose so much position. So step by step I recover, and finally we are here. And let's see how it's going about the setup and everything, and prepare more ready for tomorrow. Thank you.
Can't wait to see. Congratulations, Andy.
Thank you so much.
And in P2, after 14 laps of the ASV 1000 race, we have Kito Abe from SDG Hart Pro Honda. Let's try to get Kito over here. Kito looks probably tired after that race. It's a few more laps compared to how we previously run in the ASV 1000s. So Kito, the pace didn't look too bad. I think mid-race pace you started getting quite consistent, but again towards the end it was already a bit quite a distance. So tell us what happened in that race and what do you think you can do for tomorrow?
Yeah, so this race is in the beginning, so I mistake the start and I tried to push and I want to catch in Happy Sharing, but I cannot, impossible. But tomorrow, so I can get the good data, so I try to thinking, and maybe tomorrow we get the more improve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kito. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow. And race winner in race one of round one here at the Sepang International Circuit, none other than the 2025 champion Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team. We're just going to pull Hafiz over for a quick chat about the ASV 1000 race one. So Hafiz, big congratulations to you. That was a proper statement, but the thing is your consistency. I think it was the first 3 laps, 2057, and then after that, maintaining very low 206. Tell us, how did you manage to maintain the bike all the way through like that?
I still not happy a little bit with my pace because I try to make the 0.5 middle and then keep 0.5 high, but I can be happy because when I see the first lap already make a huge gap, and then I just try to see where I can improve by my own pace, and I think I understand where we can improve a little bit more for tomorrow, because even now it's quite good, but don't keep relaxed because the opponent will come for tomorrow, sure. So I will be ready for more tomorrow, because actually I don't feel good, you know, with my condition. I feel tired after the qualifying. I don't know why. I lose a lot of water in my body, and my heart rate spiked to 206 in qualifying. So I cannot eat, and I feel like want to vomit. But when in the race, I try to be. I speak with myself, try to relax, enjoy, and now the result pay off. 1-3 and for the team, and yeah, very good start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hafiz. Big congratulations.
Thank you.
Race 1 of the season of the Superbikes Championship at the Asian Road Racing Championships. Hafiz Sharin on pole position. Andy Farid-Izdihar, a high-profile move. Have a look at the start from Lachlan Epps-Bite, 83 on the right of your screen there. Fires his way very close to the front, and in many ways, although it was a great start for Lachlan, it was a shield as well for Hafiz Sharin by Russell.
Yeah, it was, but this was such a determined performance from Lachlan. It's just such a shame that he couldn't stay on the pace, and it was a bit of a break for Hafiz, no doubt.
2.5 seconds he was clear at the end of lap number 2, and then Lachlan loses out to Keita Abe and to Zakwan Zaidi, which I think we expected, but he was able to hold on. He was still holding on to P4. In many ways, Lachlan was the story. We knew that JDT would be powerful. Then Lachlan became the story for the wrong reason.
Yeah, he was out high side, but looked as though he bounced okay. So he'll be back another day. Oof. Bike clonked him as he went over as well.
Hopefully he'll be all right. We haven't heard anything untoward, which we normally do. In the meantime, Hafiz Sharin was posting quick lap times. 2:05s, high 2:05s, low 2:06s. Behind him, he was ticking 2-3 tenths of a second quicker than Keita Wabo, who himself was quicker than everybody else on the track.
Yeah, this really was a good performance from Keita. We thought Zakwan would run close to Keita, but he wasn't able to hold the pace, and in the end he wasn't able to hold off Azroy.
Andy Farid on his Ducati debut for the JDT Racing Team. This is the time that he moves himself into P3 ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan would actually go backwards and would lose another place to the number 20 behind them, but just easing the grunt, the pace they've got on the long straights. That is what marks these Ducatis out.
Yeah, it's the way they come out of the corners that really punishes the Hondas. And there they are, the celebration. His last lap was a 2:08.4.
Slowing down, have a look at this.
Yeah.
Slowing down, it's almost a celebration. Well, it is a celebration beforehand. Wins by 4 seconds, slowing down. It is the statement that they wanted to make. There are 11 races still to go. You don't win anything on the first round of the season, but my word, they've made a statement.
Nothing more he could have done. Interesting also that Andy beat himself up for his bad start. So the Indonesians' expectations are sky high.
And there he is in P3. Keita Abe, again, said the right things, made the right noises in his post-race. Will hunker down, try to improve tomorrow. Needs a better start. He got off to a stinker of a start.
Yeah, it's a situation where you know you've done as well as you could have done.
Now there's the dance. The mid-race illness is well and truly forgotten. Now he's got some fluids on board. There's a hug for his teammate. And the defending champion makes a bold statement at the start of this new season. And he will enjoy the national anthem of Malaysia. Big, proud smiles, confident. Preparation has been good, investment has been strong. The results are there. Datu Muhammad Riza Ghazi to hand out the awards.
In second place, from Japan, Kito Abe.
Abe, fully professional. And now very relaxed, Hafiz Sharin. JDT Racing will pick up the team award from Toyokazu Honda, the managing director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific PT Limited. Again, thank you to the sponsors. We're into our 31st year, our 29th full season of the Asia Road Racing Championship. A double podium for JDT Racing Team.
Yeah, and a 1 million yen smile from Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, that's quite nice to go home with. Championship standings after one of 12 races. Long way to go. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, 25 points. Abe, 20. Andy Farid, 16. Azroy Hakim, just edging out Zakwon Zaidi, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, 13 and 11. Nakarin Atirapuvapat, 10. Adananta on debut, 9. Rocco Sessler, who I saw you were impressed with. I saw you nod every so often. He put in a decent lap time of the 207s. He's on 8 points. 9th, Adam Norodin for the Suzuki. Then we'll have Kazuki Watanabe, who edged out Anthony West, who didn't quite get the better of Watanabe. I think that was his real target, so P11 for Ant West. But welcome back to the Aussie. Joe Francis will hope for a little bit more power tomorrow. And Fahmi Abdul, Chan Ching Rong, 14 and 15 respectively. Your thoughts, Barry Russell, on day one of this championship?
Well, with recency bias, starting with this race, huge question has been asked of the rest of the field by JDT Racing. So we're going to wait and see how they figure that one out. But performance of the day, rider of the day for me, Helmi Asman for that win in Super Sport. Kridapat Cancun in AP 250s. Great start to the season for him. Great performance from Gary Salim coming back in, and emergence of some young talent like Panjarup. Underbones, there was the first 4 places were taken by 2 teams, Zaya Racing and Racetech 60. And TVS, was a great start by Sartak, but we want to see what else is going to come from the Iberian pair, Pedrinho and from Luis Miguel.
It's the start of the season. Sepang, the rain stayed off today, but rain is predicted for tomorrow. It's an iconic track. We've got an iconic series, and we're back with you 12:30 local time tomorrow. From myself, Des Corkill, Barry Russell, and Daniel Bogas down trackside and the crew behind the scenes. It's been our pleasure to bring you round 1 of 12 of the season. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine.
Bye.